answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Let me get the money, I see you bitches acting funny, ha. Can't take nothing from me, nah. Rapping blunts like mummies, yeah. We freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, to my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. That's 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Sunnyside.
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson, with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting, said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute. Make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah.
They say, rock, rock, rock. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Can't be no one else but yourself. You the best at being yourself. Remember that and never doubt it. Stand up, hello world, shout it. Leave your mark, build your legacy. Make them words count, live your fantasy. It's your life, time to live it right. Show the and the one and only. Even when you stand alone, you're never lonely. Take the path less traveled. One day you'll reach your true level. Allow yourself to take your place on your space. It's your birthright. Let your work outshine the talk. Let your smile light up the dark. Let them haters hate. Let them doubt us down. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talk us talk. Why you walk the walk? They don't really know what you all about. They say rock, rock, rock. You say blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Let them haters hate. Let them doubt us down. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talk us talk. Why you walk the walk? They don't really know what you all about. It was beautiful, yeah, together. Even though we planned forever. Days of dreams, nights of talks. It was only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun. What could ever stop us? Then it all turned. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you. Never thank you enough. I was down when you met me, but your smile wouldn't let me take down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky. Then it all turned. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you. Never thank you enough.
We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, British, German, American, have been on a rampage for the past last 100 or more years to improve the world. We have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political style, our democracy. You had better be Democrat, or we'll shoot you. And having conferred these blessings all over the place, we wonder why everybody hates us. Because sometimes doing good to others, and even doing good to oneself, is amazingly destructive. Because it's full of conceit. How do you know what's good for other people? We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot, and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing. When we have a great system, great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves. So therefore, beware of virtue. We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Because all the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. Lao Tzu, the Chinese philosopher, said, the highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtue, and therefore is not virtue. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We aren't better because we want to be.
I took people's drop boxes. I was like, are you a conservative, ma'am? And like an old lady would be like, yeah, I'm a conservative. And I would fucking deck her, take her ballot and just rip it apart right in front of her face. I was like, you're not allowed to vote this way in California. That's right, bitch.
This time about new voters, people that hadn't been in there before that were perhaps not getting captured by the polling. So maybe this is a sign that we're going to see a little bit more of that tonight than we expected. We obviously don't know yet. And you know what's missing from this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 5 issues? Democracy.
Wait, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god, you are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth. You fucking absolute dog shit. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. What a fucking liar. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. What a fucking measly little, holy shit. What a fucking measly little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. You fucking piece
hi,
of shit.
hello.
You fucking garbage motherfucker.
What's up, internet? How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good. I hope you're having a day. As good as a day as you could have on a Monday. Anyway. I'm okay, except I goddamn slept all motherfucking day. I have so much shit to do. I do not have time to be sleeping all day. Entirely too much shit to do. I was supposed to edit, but then I realized I like rearranged everything. And now it's bad. For editing, at least. Until I get a keyboard, it's just not happening for me. I was like trying to stand and like lean over. Gotta show you. I don't know. I'm gonna move my camera. It's a very delicate situation right now. But basically I have like my two monitors on the far desk, and then I have another second desk for keyboard and mouse and everything in front of that. And so like it's too far to reach, and my arms hurt just from posting. So I should be getting a keyboard soon, but I definitely moved my setup like preemptively. I just got the function in my hip back, and I was just ready to change everything. I also needed to like clean everything, but like everything. It was such a mess. In my defense, I haven't been able to move this. So, you know, is it really my fault? I don't think so. Before that, though, it was already a mess, so I don't really have an excuse for that, besides just, like, being very busy. But then I just got so tired. I don't know what's going on. Hate that. Happened. Oh yeah, I did start my period. That sucks. Probably why I'm so tired. And hungry. Fucking hungry. It's not okay. Not alright. But I did try this before I went live, but I just realized I'm not like naturally in frame here. I'm like trying this new thing where I just turn up the gain on my microphone. Does it sound terrible? I just don't want to be like, hey, hi, hello. Like, I feel like it's ruining my posture. It's too much work. It looks like it's loud enough. I just don't know about the quality. I will check VOD. Not an audio perv. Let's go. Let's fucking go. That's what I like in a viewer. Not being an audio pervert. Let's see, what else? I made some steaks today. It was really good. They were, tri-tip steaks. Very delicious. Except, like, the ones I ordered, like, got, I changed my tags, yeah. I did. Forgot what they were at right now. Yeah. Maybe I should remove art. I haven't changed my tags in a long time, but I did change my go live notification. But yeah, I had steaks and broccoli. That was really fucking good. I still have to do all those dishes. Broccoli was really good. If you need to, like, freshen up your broccoli, not like if it's old, but like if you just, like, need a different taste than broccoli, like, add a little lemon. Put a little lemon in. And it's delicious. I guess only if you like tangy things. If you don't like tang, don't do that. But some olive oil and lemon, delicious. Delicious. I'm a simple woman. I finally folded my laundry from last week, and now I have to do more laundry. I'm so tired. Really tired. Man, I hate it. I hate it. Shout out women. I hate it. It sucks. I'm not a fan. When do you transition just to get rid of the PMS? I'm sorry. It's really fucked up though. Like, if you want a hysterectomy as a woman, you have to have a husband and have him sign off on it. You have to both consent to the fact that you don't want to use your uterus. So that's fun. I love that for us. We're doing great in healthcare for women. We've come so far. Ah! Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna get into the Maui stuff for quite a while. I pretty much only have Democracy Now, I think. Yeah, it's just Democracy Now. Amy is the only one I trust to, like, treat this with any sort of sensitivity and, like, actually have any native voices on. So we're gonna do that, but then also I wanted to do, like, a fascism in art thing. I did not find, like, the thing that I was looking for was for, like, a summary of the art made during, like, the Third Reich, for example. Some shit like that. Because I'm familiar with, like, the French Revolution and everything, but I'm more interested right now in, like, the rise of fascism and how artists are responding to that. Like, we can look at, like, Otto Dix, but, like, everyone's looked at that a million times. Like, we can look at Picasso's Guernica. How do you say it? Fuck, I always fuck this up. That's, like, a famous, like, anti-war piece. Oh yeah, there was something about Picasso that I wanted to get into. Fuck, I don't think I saved that one. God damn it. It's okay. I have that that creator. I found a guy making, like, art history video essays. So I have, like, their piece on another anti-fascist artist. And I'm really excited about this. I stumbled across this post-World War II anti-fascist educational film made by the US government. of all things. So I'm curious. I'm curious about that. It's called Don't Be a Sucker, which I couldn't put in my title. I thought that was so ridiculous. Like, sucker? Really? Sucker? God damn it. Puritanism, back at it again. Yeah. Yeah, that's the plan. Then we can do fun stuff after that.
Death toll from the Maui wildfires has reached nearly 100 and is expected to climb far higher in what is now considered the deadliest wildfire in the United States in a century. It's clear the fire is Hawaii's worst natural disaster. The blaze decimated the historic town of Lahaina, which once served as the capital of the Hawaiian kingdom, as it spread at a rate of a mile every minute, propelled by wind gusts from Hurricane Dora hundreds of miles away. A lawsuit filed against the utility, Hawaiian Electric, alleges electrified power lines blown over by the high winds helped the wildfire spread at such a rapid pace, and that the company should have de-energized these.
Reading origins of the family, private property in the state? Ooh. Ooh. Calling bullshit on the patriarchy 150 years ago. Late response to the hysterectomy thing. Yeah. That sounds awesome. God, I wish I had more money just to read all the books. I guess I could go to the library, but I just, knowing myself, like, I will accrue late fees. I will. I cannot be held accountable.
Power lines after a high wind alert. This is a survivor of the fire named Kaniela, describing how her family got stuck in traffic while trying to escape the ferocious flames. She was with her.
Ooh. Marxist.org. Cool. Let's go. Smart. I like that.
Husband and 3 kids, age 15, 13, and 9. They recorded part of their experience on a cell phone as the blue skies around them turned gray, then black.
New to leftism since last year. Yeah, me too, pretty much. Like 1 or 2 years. I'm still very much a newbie, absorbing all the things. Yeah, for sure. We're all learning at different points, you know? Like, it doesn't matter if you've been a leftist like all your life, like, you should still be learning. But I feel that.
This here is where we were at before.
Shit looks straight apocalyptic.
Or we made the decision because this is the electrical that lit up in flames. So that's my husband in the passenger seat because he kept getting in and out to hose down small fires that were starting. Just from our parking stall to the entrance of our apartment complex. It went from blue skies to gray to black. And all we seen was embers from fire that we had no idea what's going on. There was no siren, nothing. And I mean, it was just heartbreaking seeing our community. My neighbors, like lots of elderly people, trying to make it down the stairs just to get into their car. And out of nowhere, this fire jumped from the parking structure over to a tree and then onto an electric post. By then, we were right next to that electric post. And as a mom, I mean, so many things are going through my mind. Cars are panicking. And I have it on video where my son was, in the video, he's like, "Oh, Mom, it's hot. I can feel it." So instantly I'm telling my husband, I need a reverse. We need to get out and run. Everything's coming so quick. We could feel the heat. It's sitting in our car. And out of nowhere,
Fuck, dude. It can move so fast. It's so fucking scary. That's why they, don't recommend that you, drive through it, because if you have to stop for any reason. Like, it's so dangerous.
I don't know where I just hear banging on this window. And everything's dark, so I look to my left, and I'm literally right next to this car where this grandmother is yelling for help. And she's just telling me, please help me, I have a baby. And I just, you know, at that time, I'm like, what do I do? So of course I jump out, I tell my husband, you tend to the grandma, I'm grabbing the baby. I run out, I run around her car, open up the back, the baby's on her side. Right behind her, I reached over, I grabbed this baby. She was about 2.5, 3 years old. I grabbed her, she was sitting on a blanket. I wrapped her with the blanket and I told my kids, you guys run. Don't turn around and look for me. And my 9-year-old couldn't. She just kept telling me, Mom, I can't. Please, Mom. This is the car where we saved the baby from. We took out running this way. Ran out this way, right here to the corner. There's a fence that Mona and my husband and the neighbor bent to get everybody to safety. We were all hiding behind this wall here. We run to the corner and we meet up with a few pets there, our neighbors. There's about a good 9 of us. We meet there and we just notice that we're at a dead end. We're at a dead end and we're just standing there. We have our backs to this building and we're looking at each other and we're like, you know, my son was like, oh, Mom, is this it? And I mean, what do you tell your kids? You know, and...
Fuck. Literally, what do you say to your child? At a literal dead end, surrounded by fire. What do you say? Jesus fuck.
And I told my kids, you know, if it is, my husband told him if it is, you know, thank you, Lord. Thank you, God. Thank you for my family. Oh, Lahaina's home. I mean, so many times I tell myself, I need to get off this rock. The moment I'm in the air, I'm homesick. I mean, being here on the other side of the island, I am grateful. I'm thankful that my brother and his wife opened their home to us. But just being here on this side of the island, I'm still homesick. Like, my heart is in Lahaina. I will always have a place in my heart for Lahaina. I mean, Lahaina's home, period.
That was Akanese Val, who escaped the fire in Lahaina town with her husband and her 3 kids, 15, 13, and 9. This weekend, relatives of the missing frantically search for any sign that their loved ones may still be alive. Maui County Mayor Richard Bisson described the scene in Lahaina in an interview with ABC News Sunday.
The closest thing I can compare it to is perhaps a war zone where maybe a bomb went off. It was cars in the street.
It really does look like a war zone. Crazy. It's literally the deadliest fire in U.S. history.
Doors open.
And they're still searching.
Melted to the ground. Most structures no longer exist, and for blocks and blocks of this. I'm familiar with what it looked like growing up here on Maui, especially with my mom working at one of the restaurants there, the Pioneer Inn, for 17 years, and so it doesn't resemble anything that it looked like when I was growing up.
Meanwhile, many residents are asking why Hawaii's outdoor siren warning system, with about 80 alarms on the island of Maui alone, did not get activated to warn the residents about the fire. Hawaii Emergency Management Agency spokesperson told CNN, quote, nobody at the state and nobody at the county attempted to activate those sirens based on our records. It was largely a function of how fast the flames were moving. They were trying to coordinate response on the ground. Hawaii officials released a report last year that ranked...
What do you mean, response on the ground? What do you mean? Siren system is way more effective than response on the ground. What? Bro, what? I'm sorry, what? The fuck?
Which natural disasters residents would most likely be threatened by? The list included tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. The risk of wildfires to human life was listed as low. This is Democratic U.S. Senator.
Why should it be allowed to finally decolonize now if the state doesn't do shit? Yeah. 100%. I mean, Biden did declare, like, emergency federally. But you know FEMA fucking sucks and doesn't do a goddamn thing, so. They should. They should be allowed to not be a goddamn state anymore. Alright, fuck.
Mazie Hirono of Hawaii, speaking Sunday.
I'm not going to make any excuses for this tragedy, but the Attorney General has launched a review of what happened with those sirens and some of the other actions that were taken. So that is happening. And there will be time enough, I would say, for those kinds of reviews and investigations to occur.
Hawaii Senator Hirono was speaking on CNN. For more, we go to Kula, Maui, to speak with Kalikoa Kiaio, a professor of Hawaiian Studies at the University of Hawaii, Maui College. We welcome you to Democracy Now! We were also going to be joined by another guest, but her uncle just died in hospital, which is an indication of the number of people. I mean, right now the number's at 96, but Professor, how much larger, based on your information, knowing friends, family, neighbors, do you think this number is going to go?
Ano ay Kavelina, ano ya ukua pau Amy, Democracy Now, inowa mga mawini, aloha. To answer your question, unfortunately, what's I myself, what I witnessed, and I myself, in understanding and discussing and talking with others intimate with that situation, as I was told by a high-ranking county official, they hope and they don't expect it to reach as high as 400 to 500, but they would not be surprised. Now, I know that sounds outrageous and sounds high, but we do know there's still hundreds of residents and visitors who are still unaccounted for. So, although we're slowly reaching 100, there are still many, many cars, burnt out cars, and many burnt out structures and homes and buildings that have yet to really be surveyed and looked at. So,
Professor Kiaio, can you talk about the fact that there were no warnings?
Just a huge fucking failure of infrastructure in general. Like, this is literally why we need the fire department and all emergency services to be operated by the state, owned and operated by the state. Fucking absurd. Like, literally surrounded by water. Could not stop this fire. Of course, there are like many exacerbating factors like climate change, but like that's all the more reason to do something about it. You know what I mean? Like, we're so fucked. We're so fucked. Like, zero effort has gone into mitigation. Even with Biden's like Build Back Better infrastructure plan, like, both states like blew that shit on some bullshit. They just did whatever. And can we have water without lead yet? Like, fuck.
Sirens. I mean, and you've got this lawsuit now against the electric company. The idea, though it's not exactly clear what happened, that it's these power lines going down in this intense wind that sparked fires. Can you talk about the lack of preparedness?
Yeah, and it's in one way it is lack of preparedness. I guess the intensity of the wind, and and people might not recognize that on Maui at that time, there were 4 major fires that were happening on Maui at that time, Lahaina just being one of them. The Lahaina fire, unfortunately, wasn't aerated. There have been fires in the past, pretty pretty close to where most of the damage occurred. It is very true. I know for a fact that talking with people that I know who were startled, in fact, by the heat and the wind, and were very afraid and were, kind of hunkered down in their apartments at that time, right in the heart of Lahaina. And it was only because of already feeling the heat that was approaching the building that in the very last moments that, I personally know a story of a family, single woman with her children who barely escaped. And really because she had a four-wheel drive truck and was able to kind of climb over, certain parts of the streets and navigate away, and herself barely got out of there alive. And, unfortunately, when she left the apartment and left behind her, she saw and witnessed the destruction and the burning, in fact, of the building and cars and people behind her. So,
okay, hear me out. Listen. What if we frame it like the war on climate change? Republicans love wars. They love that shit. Even libs can get behind the war on climate change. Okay? Just take that $1 trillion and divert all of it to climate change. I know it would never work, but I think, we could try it. It's worth trying.
And she herself said that there was no warning sign, no warning sounds, no one had come around. It was just basically their own instinct and because of feeling the heat that was coming with the wind. And it wasn't just the power of the wind, but it was the heat of the wind that really, made them fear for their lives. And in the last moments, that really, because of sheer luck, was able to escape. And I can say specifically, the following morning, I was able to go by boat and walk right into the major area that had been destroyed. And what I saw was, in fact, many dozens and dozens of telephone poles underground, lines that were still, burning and seemed to be alive. And you could still see the sparkings and so forth right on the street. And many of the
Your insanity, I've not seen any of the news on this yet. Oh, well, I mean, this is a great first source to see it from. It seems like Amy's exclusively talking with Indigenous Hawaiians, which, you know what? Shout out to Amy Goodman.
The homes and buildings, were destroyed to ashes. And so you could really see the intensity of the fire and the wind. And from the accounts that I've heard from the people I've spoke to, as they said, it was as if the wind was on fire. It was as if charcoal itself was blowing. And so, there were many people that I understand who were trapped in their cars also. And, while they're contemplating, should they try to escape and run through the strong burning wind, or should they stay in their car? And, I think perhaps because of the fear, because of the actual heat of the fire, of the winds, and many of them were unable to escape, from the roads because of those power lines that, because of the strong winds that had fallen upon the streets and the roads, really prevented many people from escaping.
Professor Ka'eo, you teach Hawaiian studies at the University of Hawaii, Maui College. Can you tell us what it means to say that Lahaina town, is the capital of the Hawaiian kingdom? Give us a brief history, how Hawaii became a part of the United States and what its relationship is with the mainland. What we should understand about that?
Here, we've got about 2 minutes. Just info dump the entire history of Hawaii being colonized, please, real quick. Just real quick.
Historic nature of Lahaina town. I find the rest of the media talks about the tourist destination, but there's a reason for that, is because it is so historic.
Yeah, Lahaina is one of those places, some of the most beautiful beaches in the world. It's on the leeward side of the mountain, so it's very warm. It was also a place of lots of water. So this is one of the things also maybe we had a chance to talk about later. Historically, it was the capital in ancient times, from ancient times immemorial, really of the island of Maui, where the seat of government would be held. Many of the highest ranking so-called chiefs held court in Lahaina. In fact, right in the middle of Lahaina was a little island between a little like fish pond lake area called Moku'ula, where the highest ranking chiefs and some of the most sacred items and so-called Akua gods would be housed. And so from time immemorial, Lahaina was always seen as a really important breadbasket of the island of Maui, therefore a central place of the island. And into more modern history, Lahaina specifically was really the capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii, and that's because of its protected and sheltered waters from the ocean, right into the early whaling period, in fact, into the beginning of the Hawaiian Kingdom. And it's really during the Hawaiian Kingdom period that Lahaina starts to play a very important role as a kind of a commercial center for trade, where ships from all over the world would dock and so forth. And so, Lahaina becomes a place where, it's kind of like the crossroads of the Pacific with many ships. And just to kind of add, the royal so-called family being raised in Lahaina during the early 1800s, where Hawaii for a short period, in fact, was a protectorate under the British Empire, part of the British.
It really does look like a bomb went off. It's crazy. It's completely decimated. Like, you can see, like, where it stopped. I mean, that is how fires work, though. I mean, this is the deadliest one, but, the fucking space lasers shit is just fucking insane. Oh yeah, you haven't seen the news yet, but, all of the hogs are, pontificating that it had to be the space lasers because the trees aren't burnt to ash, I guess. It's like the main thing. They think it's like targeted on certain parts of the island. Like, I do not know. I don't know.
Empire anyway, and later on in 1839, the first Declaration of Rights, followed by 1840, the first Hawaiian Constitution was written, right, actually in Lahaina, and she really was a seat of the government. People don't recognize the first so-called school, not just in Hawaii and the Pacific, but many times in the context of putting Hawaii within the context of the United States. It said that Lahaina Luna, which is a school, was started in 1831. Is considered the oldest school west of the so-called Rockies. And so, for a long period up into the mid 1850s, Hawaii was seen as, again, the main capital. During that period of growth, especially economic growth, there was a huge transformation where agriculture, and because of the large amounts of water in that area, in fact, the major area in Lahaina, one of the names, in fact, was Waine'e. The word Wai means water. The word Ne'e means to move. Unfortunately today, most of that water no longer exists due to streams which have been diverted. The transformation of the environment from traditional native plants and so-called forests, which have been replaced first by sugar, and then now unfortunately being replaced by these what we call gentleman estates. These are very wealthy so-called mansions that are built in these areas. And so you can see there's a transformation where Lahaina one time was a very important agricultural center, commercial trade center to the whaling period, and then became a large sugar plantation area. And
Clint Hansen of Maui Real Estate Radio. Fuck. Why? Wait, this is just lava. Why are you just showing lava? There are volcanoes there. I don't think this is the fire, right?
Then in the 1960s, really began the transformation of Lahaina really into a resort area. And so you had the vestiges of this real old kind of sense of a sea town, then slowly being replaced with what becomes commercialized tour-sized centers. And right down the line of Lahaina town, you have Ka'anapali, which is a major, and Kapalu are major resort areas. And so the economy, the population, and the landscape itself was transformed really to meet the needs of mass tourism. And I think that's also one of the issues that you'll find if you look deep enough, you kind of find which caused major transformation of the land itself. And so therefore, and then you compound that, I think, with the issues that you have with global warming and so forth, and you can see the extremes of winds and extremes perhaps of heat and the drying up of the land itself, and the denuding of the land itself, which really helped to spark, really became the tinder for this matchbox that later exploded like a bomb in Lahaina. And, unfortunately and horrifically, our people who have lived there since time immemorial, are suffering because of the consequences that have been, imposed really from outside foreign forces.
In a moment, we're going to speak with the world-renowned climate scientist, Michael Mann. But I wanted to ask you, Professor Kaeo, about the mutual aid on the ground, and also ask you about the demographics of Maui in terms of native.
Sorry, I just want to check if she has links. There aren't links. Amy, why?
Of Hawaiians, if you can talk about that, and then what kind of help is most needed at this point?
Yeah, so right now it was a very, very slow process and low start, I can say, from the very beginning, just slowly getting aid. And so it's only recently, I'm probably like in the last 24 hours, I would think that you have much of the supplies and aid that's needed has trickled in into the Lahaina area. And I understand, part of it, of course, is difficult because it's still a very dangerous space because of the fires. And so, fortunately enough, because of the work of the community, and I gotta really, really praise our community, both Hawaiian and non-Hawaiian community. Many of people who, again, lived here for generations, and those who have recently moved here, including visitors, have all chipped in and worked hard to show their aloha and love for our place by participating and really providing the kind of supplies. And I was warned by seeing that even when unfortunately, I think government failed in regards to providing the necessities of protection and safety and health for our people. Our people stepped up, and I myself was able to participate in bringing in supplies by boat. So-called by boat, because we weren't allowed to drive into the area. And
what do you mean, so-called by boat? He keeps throwing so-called in there, and I don't know. I just don't know what he.
And by boat, much of the supplies had been brought in, and then later on, even by today, by small planes, people started to bring in supplies. Hopefully, this continues, and hopefully, whether it's medical concerns or providing the kind of just bringing in people to come in to look at whether or not we have poisons, or we have the ash and the soot and what you might find as remnants from homes and paint and lead and whatever you might have.
We just have 30 seconds, but are you concerned in the rebuilding process of Native Hawaiians being pushed out?
That's correct. Yes, I think that's a very important point. My big concern, in fact, has been that really at the forefront or at the head of the table is that the Native Hawaiian population, the families who are from, again, since time immemorial in Lahaina, should be at the forefront in developing, managing, and planning, not just what's going on now, but really in the revitalization in Lahaina to ensure, in fact, that Native Hawaiian population continues to exist and it doesn't become replaced, as a saying that, this idea that so-called to supplant the native. And I kind of always chant the idea to replant the native into places like Lahaina. And hopefully we're able to garner enough push and political support to ensure that the
it is like I saw I think it was on Hassan's stream a crazy like conspiracy video about how they think they used the space lasers to displace the native population when like I don't think they need space lasers to gentrify an area that's been decimated by fire. They have done it before and they will do it again. Like it's the real estate developers. It's the capitalism happening. Which is a huge issue. and we should all be on the side of the Native Hawaiians here. But there's no fucking space lasers, dude.
Community leaders of Lahaina help to define what's best for Lahaina in the future.
Kalikoa Kaeo, I want to thank you very much for being with us, Professor of Hawaiian Studies at the University of Hawaii, Maui College, speaking to us on Maui. We look at how the fires in Hawaii, it killed at least 100 people, and likely far more were made worse by the climate crisis, which has led to a rise in temperatures at the same time Hawaii is facing a drought. This was amplified by Hurricane Dora Tuesday.
Isn't the fire? This is a volcano. Why do they keep showing this?
When it passed south of Hawaii, hundreds of miles away as a Category 4 storm, quickly spread the fire. Climate change is also linked to stronger hurricanes. Last week, the scientist Michael Mann wrote on social media, "What we're seeing in Maui is a compound climate catastrophe, where an immediate factor, in this case unusually strong winds from the outer bands of a passing hurricane, interact with background state extreme drought that has been in place for a month." Michael Mann joins us now, the Presidential Distinguished Professor and Director of the Penn.
Yeah, an extreme drought in a tropical island.
It might come and
A
you aren't ready
tropical
for
island.
it. You got to be ready for the
Oh shit,
come.
hi.
And
Gotta be ready for the come. Hello, thank you for the follows. Oh, I can take it off follow mode. Hi, Environmental Frog, thank you for the raid. I did not know you streamed. Generic frog rape message. Hi everyone. Welcome in. My name's Lainey. I do political content and sometimes some art, and also just fun reacts and stuff. We're talking about the Maui fires right now. Sure you have been already talking about that. Environmental Frog. Let me give you a follow and a shout out real quick. I have to go to how was your stream? I hope you had a good one. Hang out, do art, watch fun videos. Not much political. Great stream. Awesome. Let's go. Right on. Happy to have you. Welcome in. We're just gonna get back into the fire stuff. If you don't know, there's the town of Lahaina that was recently decimated by a fire. They are still counting the dead. It's kind of a heavy situation. Sorry to just dump the bad vibes directly on you. Love all the small streamers I've found. Yeah, for sure. Let's go. Small streamer coalition. Let's go, Amy.
Center for Science, Sustainability, and Media at the University of Pennsylvania. His upcoming book is Our Fragile Moment: How Lessons from Earth's Past Can Help Us Survive the Climate Crisis. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Professor Mann. If you can start off by making that link. As many say, no, this is about weather. It's nothing to do with the climate crisis. Teach.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. It's good to be with you, although it seems we never have good news to talk about. And the stories that we've heard reported here are just so harrowing. And this is the climate crisis. It's here and now. It's impacting us today in profound ways. And this is what, just the latest example. And there is clearly a climate component to what's happened here, a climate change component. Those winds that you talked about are governed by differences in pressure, in surface pressure. A hurricane is a low pressure system. In the subtropics, you have high pressures. And the difference between them, the gradient, as we call it, in pressure between the high and the low, is what determines the strength of those winds. And so we have higher and higher pressure over time in this region of the world associated with the changing atmospheric circulation associated with.
Yeah, and that's what's giving us way more hurricanes and tsunamis, horrible fires.
Climate change. High pressure to the north. We had a storm, a rapidly intensifying storm, and climate change encourages rapid intensification of these storms. That gave us that low pressure to the south. That difference in pressure gave us those huge winds, and it interacted with an epic drought. And that drought is part of the climate story here as well. As we see more and more high pressure in the summer over this region of the planet, we see less rainfall. Hotter temperatures mean more evaporation of what soil moisture there.
Less rainfall. Again, and I can't stress this enough, in a tropical climate, a drought in a tropical climate.
There is. And so we see this epic drought. The winds did sort of provide the spark in a sense. The downed power lines provided the spark. But what allowed these fires to spread so quickly, to become so damaging, was in substantial part the huge amount of fuel there was in the form of dry materials, the tinderbox conditions that are there today. All of those things have been impacted by climate change. So we can't tell this story without talking about the climate crisis.
I want to turn right now to President Biden. And last week, during an interview with the Weather Channel, meteorologist Stephanie Abrams asked him, he was in Arizona at the time, asked President Biden to talk about a climate emergency. President Biden said he'd practically declared a climate emergency.
Mr. President, you call climate change a code red for humanity. The World Health Organization said it will cause an additional 250,000 deaths a year starting in 2030. Are you prepared to declare a national emergency with respect to climate change?
We've already done that. We've conserved more land. We've moved into.
What do you mean? What do you mean you've already done that? We're not talking about, like, the vibe. We're not talking about, like, you need to act like there's an emergency. We're talking about a federal declaration of emergency status because of climate change. He has to know that's not the same thing. God damn it, Joe.
We joined the Paris Climate Accord. We passed a $368 billion climate control facility. We're moving. It is the existential threat to humanity.
So you've already declared that national emergency.
Practically speaking, yes.
Yeah.
Practically speaking. Michael Mann, could you
Okay, what about literally?
Explain what it would mean if a climate emergency were declared in this country.
Brandon.
Yeah, so, there was a little bit of word evasion there, I suppose, in President Biden's response, because, of course, what that means specifically, declaring a national emergency, is that you can bring funds immediately to bear on the problem. It's something that the chief executive can do through executive authority. Now, I imagine, the president is a bit averse to declaring a national emergency because we've seen that abused. For example, Donald Trump tried to use that as a pretext for building his war at the southern border. So I think there's sort of some there is some concern about how that can be abused. And the climate crisis is this continually evolving and worsening crisis. So declaring it as an emergency sort of sounds like we're talking about an acute problem, like we can just bring a whole bunch of resources to bear, solve the problem, and we're done. That's not what's going on here. We, of course, have to continue to provide more and more resources to bring to bear. We need policy.
Again, I think that we should call it the war on climate change. I think Republicans can get behind that. I think we can sell this, okay? It's the war on climate change. I'm on so much hopium right now. I can't.
Policies that will get us off fossil fuels as quickly as possible. Now, the president's right. The Inflation Reduction Act that he signed into law last year, that does get us somewhere down the road, but it doesn't go far enough. We need more action. The president is somewhat limited right now by a split Congress, Republicans who will oppose everything he tries to do, and he's encountering resistance with the conservative court system now. So when he tries to, for example, block pipelines through executive authority, the court system is rejecting those attempts. And so what it comes down to is us. We've got to turn out in droves. Those of us who care about the climate crisis have to turn out in droves in the next election and elect climate-forward politicians, because we will not see the progress that we need without massive policy support, without overwhelming majorities in the Senate and Congress, and a president who will all work together to solve what is the defining crisis of our time.
Okay, listen. If he declares an emergency about climate change, and we say it's the war on climate change, then we can get the $1 trillion defense budget to go against climate change. Okay, right? Elect me for president.
The climate crisis.
Michael Mann, I hope we'll be coming back to you soon. Presidential Distinguished Professor and Director of the Penn Center for Science, Sustainability, and the Media at the University of Pennsylvania. Author of the forthcoming book, Our Fragile Moment, How Lessons from Earth's Past Can Help Us Survive the Climate Crisis.
Thank you. Okay. Just, few more things on the Hawaii things.
We go now from Maui to end today's show looking at how the deadly wildfires that spread through Maui came after weeks of worsening drought conditions as the climate emergency fuels deadly fires across the globe. The U.S. Drought Monitor reports nearly...
Oh, thank you for asking. My pronouns are she, they.
16% of Maui County is now facing severe drought. An additional 20% is facing moderate drought. We're joined in Honolulu by Clay Trauerknecht, professor in the Department of Natural Resources and Environmental Management at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, where he focuses on wildland fire management in Hawaii and the Pacific. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Clay Trauerknecht. It's great to have you with us. Put these two issues together. You have the hurricane hundreds of miles away, creates hurricane winds that fuel these wildfires, and how this is connected to climate change.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and I'd just like to say how much I appreciate you highlighting the voices of your prior guests to kind of round out the perspective on this incident. But in terms of these the climate or weather events that we've seen, we had the combination of the storm passing to the south and this high pressure system that really ramped up winds and lowered relative humidity over the course of a couple of days. And what's really important to understand is that those really...
Yeah, relative humidity is huge in fires. If it like drops, then everything is literally just tinder. Like, that will make it so much worse. Like, combined with the wind, like, I'm not surprised. It was so fucking devastating.
Really rapid changes in weather can have huge effects on fire danger, but the reason that they're having the effects they are is because of the landscape scale changes that your prior guests were mentioning, and that's the change in the vegetation surrounding the community in Lahaina, as well as the community upcountry Maui, which was experiencing similar fires and which are still burning right now. And these are changes that have affected most of the island. In the state, in the sense that these change in land use over the past couple decades, the decline in agricultural production has really resulted in the dramatic expansion of these non-native tropical grasses, and this really creates this vulnerability that we're seeing right now, and the the really explosive growth in fire that we saw over the past couple of days.
But it really looks like hell. And of course, like, many of these houses were not built with wildfire in mind, you know? So that only made it so much worse. You know, a lot of the beachfront property you'll see has, you know, it's just like wood houses, basically. That's it. There might even be like thatched roofs or other stuff like that that's just super fucking flammable.
Were you surprised by the scale of this disaster and now this debate over where were the early warning, you know, so many deaths, and there are probably a number more, how it could have been dealt with in a different way? I mean, you have the governor saying this is the worst natural disaster in Hawaii's history.
Yeah, I think we're clearly grappling with the human toll. This is something that's absolutely unprecedented, and I don't think, I mean, just the loss and hearing these stories that of your prior guests, I mean, this is gonna, it's still sinking in for all of us just how dramatic this is, and just what the impact that this has had on the people, like first and foremost. As far as the unprecedented nature of these fires, unfortunately, this is something we've been seeing over the past decade at least. And we can look back to 2019, where 21 homes were lost in West Maui due to similar fires. The same year, we had about 20,000 acres burned through central Maui. 2018, we actually had a near pass of another hurricane system that coincided with large-scale fires on Oahu, on the west side of Oahu. And in each of these incidents, what we're seeing, I think as your first guest mentioned, is the firefighters we have on the ground. Those are the resources we have. They were spread incredibly thin over this past week. They're doing everything that they can. And as far as what we can do, and by we I mean the response agencies that we work with, the nonprofits, Hawaii Wildfire Management Organization, I have to give them credit too, but we're trying to get the word out and identify the actions that communities and land managers can take prior to these fires, and so that we can reduce risk, create safer conditions, and sort of relieve the burden, which at this point really falls onto our emergency responders. Another element or dimension to this change in land use, or the limited management we see on these lands, these tropical grasslands that cover the state, is about 1 million acres, is that as those operations have kind of removed from the landscape, you lose a lot of the knowledge that was there from the workers who knew where the roads were maintaining the roads, maintaining water access. So again, all of this burden falls on our firefighters, and we're asking them to do really heavy lifting. And up until this incident, we also have to say they've done a commendable job of really protecting our communities. This is, as you said, this is the worst we've ever seen, and all of the fires that we have seen over the past couple decades since agriculture has been declining, our firefighters are typically very successful at protecting homes, infrastructure, and human lives.
Professor Charney, President Biden has pledged disaster relief, immediate assistance to those affected. But what would it mean if he actually outright declared not just a state emergency in Hawaii, a national climate emergency, a national state of emergency?
Well, Amy, he practically did anyway, so it's fine. It's fine.
It's a difficult question for Hawaii. We struggle here having long-term funding in place, and part of that reason, as far as the relationship with the federal government, and again, I can only really speak to the fire management realm, is that we don't have these large tracts of federal land, and that's usually the mechanism through which, National Forests, Bureau of Land Management, these are the mechanisms, at least in the continental U.S., that funding kind of comes in for this kind of work. And what we're talking about for a disaster like this, to prevent the next one, is to support these efforts on the ground that are actually altering the condition of those fuels. And there are lots of examples, lots of people working on this, ranging from working with ranchers to do targeted grazing, doing fuel break networks to give firefighters a fighting chance, re-implementing traditional agriculture. There's examples of folks restoring taro, low-E wetland taro, to actually act as fire breaks, all the way through to reforestation, where we're converting these fuels into something else, something less likely to burn. And I think, our job, what we've been working on, the folks doing fire prevention work for the number of years now, is just how do we scale this up? And so that's really what we need to be thinking about with assistance from the federal government, is how can we implement these actions and the knowledge that people already have, how can we do that at larger scales, coordinate across bigger spaces, and this is something that needs to happen statewide.
Professor Clay Charnock, we thank you so much for being with us from the University of Hawaii in Honolulu. That does it for our show. I'm Amy Goodman. Thanks so much for joining us.
Okay. Oh, wait, I was wrong. There's two more. Two more after this. So, oh no.
We continue to look at the catastrophic wildfires in Maui. We turn to Kaniela Singh, who is the National Director of the Green New Deal Network. Ing is a seventh-generation native Hawaiian from Maui. I spoke to him on Thursday night, asking him to talk about what's happened to Maui and the historical significance of Lahaina town.
Sure. First off, thank you for having me and centering this issue. I will preface by saying that
I will say also, just to shout out Amy Goodman and Democracy Now!, 90% of their videos have been about this since it happened. Which is pretty poggers. Very dope. I always feel like they're focusing on the right thing. You know what I mean? And I really appreciate the voices that Amy Goodman brings.
I've been really busy, but when I'm not doing these interviews, I just tend to break down. These are really somber times. I was born and raised in Maui. I'm Kanaka Maoli, native Hawaiian, come from 7 generations, and our island is on fire. Our most historic town was set ablaze by wildfires. Hundreds of people have been evacuated and hospitalized. The death toll is climbing, and people are searching for loved ones right now. So Donald Trump, Ron DeSantis, Tim Scott, Joe Manchin, oil companies, and anyone in power who denies climate change, to me, are the arsonists here, and we're living the climate emergency. So it is sad.
Okay. He's spitting. I am gonna let him cook, but holy, yes. Biden is the arsonist. Manchin is the arsonist. True. And they didn't use space lasers.
Sad times right now. It's heartening to see the community come together and deliver goods to the families in needs. Fundraising has been incredible for the direct relief. But what I'm wondering personally is, once the recovery efforts
check. I am a rectangle. Drippy or not drippy? Am I dripping or drowning? Looks super cute. Thank you. I wear these boots all the time, every day, because they're so comfy, but thank you. I love this dress. I got it at a thrift store years ago. The boots, yeah. The good old Uggs. I've had these since I was literally 16. These boots are literally 15 years old. They're holding up. They're doing okay. For 15 years, being worn, thoroughly, not bad. And I can flip them up. They're it's like snakeskin, but, sequin version. God, I love these boots. Made for walking. It's true. It's true. Literally, they were incredible. Thank you. Thank you all.
Start to unfold and the cameras are gone. Who's going to be left, more powerful or less powerful? Are people still going to be paying attention when the recovery work is going to last for years? And is that going to make community members stronger, or is it going to make the people who have mismanaged the land and water and created the conditions for these fires to happen even more powerful? And that's what we're focused on at Green New Deal Network right now.
Kaniela, can you talk about specifically the friends, the family?
Amy, I love you, but why are you in 10p? Amy over here in 20p, back in 1989. What is this? Oh, why is she at home? I hope she's not sick. Amy, you are not allowed to get sick. Sorry, not allowed. That's why they pay me, literally. Since I got my first Twitch check. Let's go! W! That first check feels good, man.
Family, what has happened to those that have been devastated by the fires, particularly in Lahaina? Can you tell us some of those escape stories, some of what has taken place with the fires so suddenly wiping out this historic city? And then talk about the historic nature of Lahaina as the capital of the Hawaiian kingdom and what that means.
We're a tropical island here on Maui. We're not supposed to have wildfires. This came as a shock to everyone. There's not enough firefighters here. We can't ship them over from the next state.
Literally, what I've been saying all night. This is a tropical island. This is a tropical island. You literally cannot deny that climate change is occurring. You cannot. Praise Bezos.
We're an island. So everyone right now is feeling a bit overwhelmed. As it occurred, we saw community members jumping into the ocean, with nowhere else to go, just floating and watching their homes being reduced into ashes. The death toll went from 6 to 36 all of a sudden, and there are still firefighters, Red Cross members out there searching for our loved ones. It was apocalyptic. The scene was something that you would only see in a movie. But the reality is, like, this is becoming quite the norm now, and it will become more so in the future. Lahaina town is actually, it's often characterized as a tourist town, but the people who live there, which should be the focus, tend to be some of the most rooted Native Hawaiians that I've ever met. They're the types of, their families from generations ago created aquaculture, which like the West is only kind of learning about now. I used to work with them to figure out better ways that NOAA could manage like fisheries. They're really the keepers of the ancestral knowledge, and some of their most of the folks that are evacuated are like Kanaka Maoli or other like immigrant folks, and my heart goes out to those families.
When you say it's a tourist town, that's because it's historic. So talk about what that means. Give us a history lesson about Hawaii and about Maui and how it relates to the mainland United States.
Yeah. I mean, it is historic to Indigenous Hawaiians, but it's also historic for the way that it was colonized. Like the colonialization to tourism pipeline is a one-to-one. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be a tourism destination if it wasn't colonized.
States, even how it became a part of the United States.
Sure. So Lahaina town was a thriving center of Hawaii. It was like the heart of Hawaii before, not just statehood, but before Hawaii was even a territory of the United States. So if you start from one end of Front Street and walk to the other, it's like a Disneyland ride of through the colonial timeline of capitalism in Hawaii, starting from royalty, going to whaling, sandalwood, sugar and pineapple, tourism to luxury. And to me, the fire is a tragic symbol of this trajectory's terminal point, like where it all ends up if you continue down this mode of extraction as a way to live. But it's also like it also contains the most deep and durable relics of our history of resistance, the museums, the architecture, the infrastructure, the banyan tree, the oldest and largest in the United States, which just burnt, 150 years old this year. Like it includes all that, but also just the fact of how slow it was to develop is a testament to the people-powered, usually native-led resistance that each industry faced along the way.
You refer to the
150-year-old tree, dude. That's so sad. Man, I love trees.
Raging wildfires as a result of colonial greed. Explain.
Yeah, so there's two facets to this. First is climate change. The National Weather Service says the cause of this fire was a downed power line and the spread because of hurricane force winds, and the spread was caused by dry vegetation and low humidity. Those are all functions of climate change. This isn't disputable. This isn't political. It's unfortunately, it has become politicized, but it's a matter of fact.
Sorry, I feel like they didn't give enough airtime to this tree. It's so fucking pretty. What the hell? That's so cool! Why does it look like that? What the tree doing? Hey, yo, what the tree-o-see doing? I'm sorry, but it is kind of beautiful. You know what I mean? I love trees like this that have like the roots all exposed. It looks like a fairy tale. Great banyan tree. Are they all connected? Are they all the same thing? Oh fuck. Oh god, that's it on fire. How it started, how it's going. Aware. Sick tree. I think it'll probably live, right? There's no way. It had to have been on fire at some point before, right? I don't know. I feel like at least some part of it will survive.
Climate pollution, corporate polluters that set a blanket of pollution in the air that is overheating our planet, caused the conditions that led to this fire. In addition, there's mismanagement of land. The original Big Five oligarchy in Hawaii, missionary families that took over our economy and government, they continue on today as some of our largest political donors and landowners and corporations. They've been grabbing land and diverting water away from this area for a very long time now, for generations. And Lahaina was actually a wetland. You could take like Viola Church, you could have boats circulating the church back in the day. But because they needed water for their corporate ventures like golf courses and hotels and monocropping, that has ended. So the natural form of Lahaina would have never caught on fire. These disasters are anything but natural. So yes, colonial greed in the fact that they caused the pollution that warmed our planet and set hurricanes like this to become the norm.
Wait, true. Wait, I love that line. That's kind of poetic. These disasters are anything but natural. Also, I somehow I spilled wine, right? But it like went up into my bra, okay? And then like through down to like here. I just don't know how it happened. I just don't know what happened. I'm very confused about physics right now.
And the gross mismanagement of our land and water, which the Green New Deal actually is about returning both, both mitigating climate change, building resilience, but also returning the stewardship of land and water to the people.
Can you talk about the dry land right now? I mean, you have Hurricane Dora hundreds of miles away. The wind was intense, but the drought that existed, that relationship to climate change.
Yeah, that's right. So growing up on this island, we saw maybe 1 or 2 fires, and they're very contained when things got to this drought factor. It's never been anything close to this. This shocked even like the climate scientists that I've worked with over the years were shocked by this fire. And a lot of it has to do with these dry conditions. Growing up, my dad would drive us to church and he'd point out to the sugarcane and he'd say, when you're my age, all the sugarcane would be gone. And I was like, okay, sure. It's such an essential part of Maui. But he was right. The sugar is gone. And the reason why is because one of these big 5 oligarchical corporations that I spoke of knew that the sugar wasn't profitable, but they continued monocropping most of the island in order to get some tax breaks for agriculture. Now, I grew up in a community where it would rain cane ash on us.
Jeez, why does it look like this? Jesus Christ. Monocropping is like disgusting. It's the worst possible thing you could do for the soil. It's just ruining the soil for like decades to come.
And it was like fun. I didn't realize we're all getting asthma. We're an environmental justice community. But there were people that fought against the cane burning, and the corporation ended up blaming the activists for the sugar shutting down, pitting the union workers against the community. The result now is just like a fallow, really dry land across the whole central valley of our island. And really, if community members and union members were to unite and have been organized years ago, we could have had a much different future.
Like, it's crazy to me that we're talking about terraforming Mars. Can we terraform Earth? Like, can we restore the Earth that we've already ruined? I feel like that would be, like, at least a good use case, How do you plan on terraforming Mars, exactly, when you haven't been able to fix the vast swaths of land ruined by monocropping?
And that's still something that I think we should continue working to build is that labor and environmental unity.
Can you talk about the April survey of homeless people, unhoused people? I think it was something like 704 unhoused people in Maui County, among them 244 suffering from mental health disabilities. The unhoused crisis among Native Americans, Native Hawaiians, and what...
Wait, is this a little bunny behind her? Does she have a pet bunny?
Do you know about Native Hawaiians who were unhoused and how the wildfires have affected them?
Yeah, I think there's a certain perception of Native Hawaiians who are unsheltered that does not fit with reality. Some of the unsheltered Hawaiian communities that continue today were occupations of land that was getting seized. And they're like, look, if we don't want to cooperate with this new extractive economy that y'all created, so we're going to live by ourselves in our own community on this beach. We're going to govern ourselves. And they're quite organized, and they're living in a way that's subsistent. and in harmony with nature. Now, it's not to be glamorized. A lot of these folks face some really dire conditions, not being a part of this capitalist system, but a lot of them are doing it based on really strong and sensible beliefs. Now, when a climate crisis hits, when a disaster hits, it's going to impact these people first and worse, no doubt. And we need to make sure that both relief and recovery efforts in the longer term are prioritizing the low income and indigenous people that are some are still unaccounted for. Some don't even have IDs, and you know, they need to be front of mind with it, with everything we do, from, you know, day zero when the disaster breaks to years out when we're recovering.
The wildfires occurred on the same.
Yeah, and it's always those people who are discovered missing the last, right? Because nobody is looking for them potentially. They, like you said, don't have IDs. They may not be even known as a resident of the area. It's just such shit, man.
Day that President Biden said in an interview that he had practically declared a climate emergency, but he has not actually formally done that. What would that mean?
Yeah, I've just been frantically trying to make sure that my loved ones are okay, but I also work on climate.
I think it is a bunny. Yeah, it's so cute.
This is my job. And as soon as I start thinking about that statement from President Biden, I just get so incensed. This is a climate emergency. There's no practically declared it. You either believe it or not. And I think as bad as Republicans have been by denying climate, Democrats are just as culpable by not doing enough.
That fucking answer from Biden makes me so fucking mad. Oh, I practically declared a climate emergency. Practically, I did the same thing, so leave me alone. Okay, but like, an emergency status is like a literal thing, like a literal physical action that you would have to do.
Scientists say that we need to be investing at least $1 trillion a year in the clean energy transition. We need to end and phase out, deny all new fossil fuel permits, and really empower the communities to build back ourselves democratically. That's the solution for it. And President Biden announced his second term, but he hasn't told us how he's going to finish the job. He needs to lay out that vision, what we've been demanding from a Green New Deal, if he wants communities that got him elected to come out, that base of climate voters that happen to be predominantly Black, Indigenous, and low-income people. Like, we need something forward-looking to come out, because right now, like, I'm not even thinking about voting, right? Like, nobody in Lahaina is thinking about whether or not they support Biden. Like, give us something, you know, at least let us be seen. So, you know, I think that's that sense of urgency. Even me, who is in this climate work full time and see these events unfold elsewhere, until it hits you at home and it's people you know, grocery stores you shop at, schools your kids go to, your church actually being burnt down, you're not going to understand the urgency. Like, it is shocking. And we're not talking 10 years from now. These things are happening right now. It could happen.
And it's coming wherever you are, no matter where you are, it is coming closer and closer to home.
To your home tomorrow. That's the urgency we're dealing with, and we need to act accordingly. So, no, practically speaking, like, we need to move now and do everything we can.
And can you tell us more about the importance of indigenous wisdom and practices in addressing the climate catastrophe?
Sure. Yeah. So going into Lahaina, the people that actually live there for generations are the keepers of some of the most profound indigenous knowledge that I have ever met. They understood subsistence fishery, how native plants were buffers against disasters, how to create regenerative agricultural practices, and it's that view of the world where our success isn't determined by how much we hoard, but rather how much we produce for others and share, and where our economy is not based on how well the rich are doing, but how many of us can actually thrive. It's not just indigenous knowledge, but it's that value system that really needs to be reestablished.
Sounds like communism, brother.
So, I think over the years, especially in my line of work, there's been more resources for indigenous folks to lead frontline fights against bad projects. But the intervention that really needs to happen is indigenous leaders also need to be resourced to build the good. They need to be the purveyors of and architects of the new green and community rooted world that's still possible, even in these dire times.
Finally, would you like to leave us with some images that you have been living through over these last few days, like the banyan tree, where you show us when you put out on social media the before and after the wildfires, but other images or stories of people's...
Wait, it's a dog. It's a dog. I just saw its paw.
bravery and trying to preserve what you have known for so long.
Yeah, I mean, as we're speaking, there's people that still haven't found their loved ones. A lot of the friends that I grew up with, I come from a lower income neighborhood, they're firefighters. I ran into one on the way here, and I'm just like, hey, y'all are doing a great job. And he was just sweating and started crying and, barely looked like he hasn't slept in days. Hotels are letting residents in without cost to sleep. Multiple businesses are just letting people drop off goods and they're shipping it 3 to 4 times a day. They're leaving their doors open 24 hours. So there is that sense of, this is an island. We're all in this together. And that sense of mutual aid and solidarity is really carrying us through. And it's been quite remarkable to witness. But, don't want to leave you with some toxic positivity either. These are hard times. And unless we take urgent action now, it'll only get worse.
And what do you feel is the most important thing that President Biden, the federal government, people should be pushing for?
I really wish that Amy would take advantage of the fundraiser capability. She could shout out a mutual aid organization right here. It would be like a little blurb. I'll give you his name, I guess.
And unless we take
Lee Dubs. I don't know what platform, but okay.
Urgent action now, it'll only get worse.
And what do you feel is the most important thing that President Biden, the federal government,
it looks like it's TikTok.
People should be pushing for right now?
Well, right now we need direct aid, but there needs to be a longer focus on recovery, that we can't rebuild the community in a few weeks. It's going to take years, and we need to do it intentionally, not just bringing us back to the status quo, because the status quo is what led us here, but making sure that we have more democratic and community controlled institutions that come out of this. Unfortunately, the groups that are best poised to deploy direct aid because of their institutional connections are also the most likely to enable disaster capitalists from exploiting this situation. So we need to understand that, as we're like as people want to help, that there are resourcing groups that have an eye towards community organizations to organizers that will actually be there once the cameras leave, and we'll be rebuilding from the ground up over the course of the long run.
And one more time, can you tell us why the banyan tree is so important?
Yeah, I mean, the banyan tree is so iconic. There's like 16 trunks. It's the largest in the United States. It just turned 150 years old in April. And the images of it being completely toasted is heartbreaking. Now, I have hope, because trees have deep roots, especially of that age, that it will continue on. And, that's the vision in my mind, right? Like, as we rebuild as a community, as we realize the vision of a Green New Deal nationally and globally, the banyan tree also regrows its leaves and is a positive symbol for what's to come.
Kaniela Ng, the National Director of the Green New Deal Network's 7th Native Hawaiian. Thank my little pup Zazu for staying quiet during that interview, which makes me think about all of the fauna and the flora destroyed as well on Maui. And of course, most importantly.
Oh, Amy. Amy is so wholesome.
The people.
I could not find this guy. Where is he? Google says he's a TikTok creator, but I cannot find the actual... What was his handle again?
Yeah, I've just been frantically trying to make sure that my loved ones they understood subsistence.
Oh, I thought she had it listed at some point. Oh, look.
Fishery.
As we get an update now on the impacts of the wildfire in Lahaina, the area in West Maui that's of historical importance to Indigenous people, entire neighborhoods wiped out by the wildfire, including the Na'akaini o Maui Cultural Center, which had a massive archive lost to the flames. The head of the center said, quote, "The place is burnt to the ground." We're joined now on Maui by...
Oh, I found his Twitter. Look at me go.
Noelani Ahia, a Kanaka Maoli activist, longtime organizer in Lahaina town. She's also the co-founder of the organization Mauna Medic Healers Hui.
Okay. Here we go. Maui Recovery Fund. Okay. If you have any money to support.
And is involved in mutual aid efforts as the community responds to the devastation. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Noelani. It is an honor to have you with us. Can you describe, from your vantage point, where you are, and especially the cultural center is the center of Lahaina in terms of what has been lost at the center and overall in the town?
Yes, thank you so much, Amy. It's so good to be here. Na'akaini o Maui Cultural Center was founded about 20 years ago in historic Lahaina town, and it happens to sit adjacent to a very sacred area of Maui called Moku'ula and Mokuhinia. And this is a traditional place, what we would call a vahipana, or a sacred place, dating back to the 1500s, where one of our one of our former kings who presided over the islands with peace lived, and his sacred family was birthed there. And we have stories that carry us down today that connect us back to that place, that reroute us. And this island, Moku'ula, was in the middle of a wetland. It was lush and beautiful and green. Because of settler colonialism and because of the impositions of the settler government, it was covered over a long time ago, and there's baseball fields now on it and tennis courts. And the Na'aikani o Maui Cultural Center has been working to get the access in order to restore Moku'ula and to clean it up and make sure it's a place of reverence again. And the folks at Na'aikani have been working for decades on all kinds of issues, protecting burials, protecting land right issues, and just generally being there for the community to provide classes and workshops in cultural practice, in cultural protocol. And that building also housed a collection of artifacts, as well as historical documents, old maps, just priceless things that are all lost. In the blink of an eye. It was burned to the ground, and all of those things are lost.
And this is like, I don't know. I think obviously not at the forefront of tragedies like this, because there's lives at stake. People have lost everything sentimental to them in their life, but the loss of cultural artifacts cannot be understated. Like we've been going over like all night, this was the capital of the Hawaiian kingdom. There's no replacing that, like, history.
It also had a collection from an esteemed kupuna, esteemed elder named Sam Ka'ai, whose collection was being housed there. And for this kupuna, this elder, this was his life's work. He's 85 now, and this was 50 years worth of carvings that he himself did, of collecting items from all over the South Pacific when he traveled on the Hokulea double hull canoe voyaging project back in the 80s. And I had the burden, you could say, of telling him yesterday that his collection was gone. And it was devastating. It was devastating. This is this man's life work. And he created all of these things, not for himself, but for future generations to understand how brilliant our Kanaka Maoli people are and how ingenious we were, because so much of that history and that culture was lost to us after the overthrow and with the new government and the wave of people that came in and took over lands. Particularly, we're talking about, the plantations and the oligarchy that Kaniela was talking about. So many Hawaiians were dispossessed from their land, and we lost so much of our culture, including our language. And so when a kupuna, when an elder like this dedicates his life to retrieving and retracing and remembering those pieces of ourselves that allowed us to live here on this isolated island, how to make tools, how to make rope, how to make the instruments that feed us, all of these things that allowed us to have life and survive here, all of those things that he dedicated his life to are now a memory. But I will say, he told me yesterday morning that he woke up having a dream about seeds. And what he said was he saw us planting seeds back in that ash. He saw us putting back our traditional plants, our traditional medicines, our kalo plant, our taro, which is very sacred to us. We're ancestrally connected to the kalo.
Oh, man, that's such a beautiful vision.
He saw us putting those things back in the ground so that new life can come again. And for somebody of his age who's closer to moving into the next realm than many of us, for him to still be thinking about the next generation and still be thinking about what the future could be in Lahaina, for me, is the measure of what it means to be Indigenous and what it means to be genealogically connected to this land.
Nalani here, it is so painful to talk to you right now at this moment with the destruction that your island has undergone. If you could talk about the mutual aid efforts. You know, first of all, in the rest of the corporate media, we hear almost no Native voices, no Native Hawaiians, and why it's so important to hear your voices. And then what is happening on the ground? You know, there's a big debate now, like, why weren't people alerted earlier? Where was the early alert system? Why were people just looking out the window or smelling the smoke and seeing the fire right in front of them? And how important that is. But also, it's just described Lahaina as a great tourist destination, how tourism has affected the whole environment, if you could speak about that as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. You know, it's very disturbing for us as Kanaka Maoli to see the headlines and talk about, you know, see Lahaina as this tourist town, as if that's all it is. Because for us,
yeah, like Twitter freaking out about the one woman with the perfect manicure getting her Rolex out of the ashes. Like, can we not highlight that story right now? Can we highlight, like, pretty much anything else?
It's so much more, and the tourism is part of the commodification of our culture. It's part of the erasure of our culture. That narrative literally just takes us out of the picture. And you know, without Hawaiians, there would be no Hawaii. Everybody loves aloha, but they forget about the people that breathe aloha into the world, the root and the source of aloha. So, and that's the Kanaka Maoli people. The over-tourism, the overdevelopment, the dispossession of Kanaka Maoli from our lands, the monocropping, as Kaniela was talking about, those are all things that contributed to the conditions that created this. And, you know, as we live on an island, there's only so much space, and there's only so much room, and there's only so much resources. And for over 130 years, our water has been diverted to go to those sugar plantations and pineapple fields. So what used to be a lush, verdant Lahaina. In fact, I'll tell you a little something, that the Lahaina is not an old name. One of the older names for Lahaina is Mala'ulu'olele, and it means land of the flying breadfruit, because Lahaina used to be covered in breadfruit, which was a staple for the Hawaiian diet. It's incredibly nutritious. It's being studied the world over to help with food sovereignty in underprivileged areas. It's just an amazing, rich historical plant for us. And Lahaina was covered with ulu until the sugar plantations came in and chopped it all down. And they permanently changed our ecosystem with that one act. That, on top of the diversion of water for the plantations, what's happening now that the plantations have shut down is unscrupulous developers are diverting.
Yeah, like, monocropping alone is just a fucking death sentence. A death sentence for any biological diversity in an ecosystem.
The water and banking it for real estate. And it's not real estate for the Kanaka Maoli or the local people. It's for foreign investors. It's for gentlemen's estate farms that have giant swimming pools. It's for, excuse me, really inappropriate use of one of our most sacred resources. In fact, the name for water in Hawaii is vai. And the name for wealth in Hawaii is vai, which means if you have water, you have life. But our water has been taken away from us, and it's left us in this dry, barren, almost unrecognizable. It would be unrecognizable to our ancestors, this condition that we're currently living under, the settler government. So you combine the dispossession with the over-tourism, with the overdevelopment, and you have this trifecta for disaster. And that's what we're seeing today. It's absolute disaster. It's absolute devastation.
And
our people.
Noelani, we only have a minute, and then we're going to go to a fire scientist at the
Man, I really wish Amy's segments were so much longer.
University of.
I know she's like trying to bring in so many perspectives, but fuck, I wish her show was just like 5 hours long.
Hawaii, but the mutual aid efforts on the ground, those grassroots efforts that are saving everyone.
Thank you. The mutual aid group in Maui has mobilized. We're working with them as we've got medics, food distribution. We're working on organizing housing for people. But one of the issues that we're having is we're being prevented access. And it's really, really disappointing because the people on the ground know what the community needs. The people on the ground self-organize and are able to move fast, quickly, and get the needs of the people where they need to go. But unfortunately, I have to say, there has been some blocking of those efforts, and it's always done under the guise of safety. But when our people are in Lahaina and they're suffering because they don't have any food and they don't have any water, and we're not allowed to get them resources, it's really, really challenging. So we're finding some unique ways to get resources to people. Folks have been taking boats around from the other side of the island in order to get resources in, and we've been using whatever methods we can to get the needs of the people met. But it's a beautiful effort. The people on the ground are so strong and so resilient and so ready to jump in to help one another. We say aloha ke kahi i ke kahi. That means love going out, love coming back. And one of my good friends said today, your disaster emergency kit must include community. Community is first. And that's really what it's about, is taking care of each other.
Noelani Ahia, I want to thank you so much for being with us, and all the very best. Kanaka Maoli activist, longtime organizer in Lahaina, co-founder of the organization Mauna Medic Healers Hui.
All right. Shout out to Amy Goodman. I am Amy Goodman. You are Amy Goodman. We are all Amy Goodman. Now, I have a delightful surprise after all that doomer news. I found this while I was searching for anti-fascist art. Enjoy. Real. Rare.
I know I say this a lot, but John Heartfield is one of my favorite artists. He was born Helmut Hersfeld, but during World War I, many of his German compatriots cultivated fervently anti-British sentiment, which Helmut protested by anglicizing his name to John Heartfield. Still during World War I, in 1917, he joined the Berlin Dada Club. In 1918, he also joined the KDP, the German Communist Party. If you watched my video on what is Dadaism, and if you haven't, I highly recommend you do, you'll remember that I mentioned that Dadaism was extremely
Dude, Dadaism, I think, is probably my favorite movement. Solely because the artists would just sit around doing sleep deprivation and drug experiments in cafes together, making art. Delightful. Delightful.
anti-bourgeois, and that the German Dadaists centered in Berlin were highly political. Well, John Heartfield was extremely anti-bourgeois, anti-capitalist, anti-fascist, and he made his political opinions the main driving force of his art. He was radical and one of Hitler's most creative critics, meaning that in 1933, when Hitler took power, the
I'm so obsessed with all of these images.
SS entered his
This shit. This shit.
apartment, yet Heartfield
This is like the I don't know. I don't want to say it's like the beginning, but it is like a crux of subversive art. Like incorporating like hateful people like Hitler in your art. And this is like original Photoshop type shit. This is literally cut and paste with a razor and glue. Photoshop. Like, he's so dedicated. I love him. I love him for this. This is delightful. A meme.
1933, when Hitler took power, the SS entered his apartment, yet Heartfield managed to escape through a window, hid in some garbage bin, and fled to Prague.
This. I love this. I've been trying to figure out how to do this for years. For years. I'll show you right now. Hang on. This. I started this sketch when I was like 15. Like 15, bro. And I wanted to do like a collage of skin colors or something. But this is obviously the better choice. Like, obviously. Man. At least I finally know. At least I finally know after fucking 16 years of ruminating on that piece.
He became the Gestapo's fifth most wanted man in Nazi Germany. Let's take a look at John Heartfield's anti-fascist propaganda. But before we do, last week I made a video announcing that I was opening an artist residency, and the support and encouragement was astounding.
That's so cool, dude.
Really happy. I'm really excited for that project. So getting some applications for the artist residency and getting some support, donations was really, really appreciated. So if you haven't seen the project and want to know more, make sure to check out that video.
You should follow this fella. The Canvas is the channel.
John Heartfield worked for the AIZ, the Workers' Pictorial newspaper, an anti-fascist and anti-capitalist magazine based in Berlin. His work was mostly propagandistic, with the very overt aims of criticizing bourgeois society, capitalism, and fascism, and the printed medium was great to reach as many eyes as possible, with the AIZ reaching as far as 500,000 readers in 1931. Let's introduce Hartfield's...
Wait. I love this. I love this image.
500,000 readers in 1931. Let's introduce Hartfield's work with the self-portrait.
Me and who? Me and who? I'm sorry. Delightful. Self-portrait with the police commissioner. Too based. Way too based.
Self-portrait with the police commissioner Zorgibel, made in 1929. This was made for the AIZ, and it was a way for the artist to introduce himself to his audience. The communist protests of May Day in Berlin in 1929 were severely repressed by the authorities. The police killed 33 civilians, injured 200, and over 1,000 were arrested. The political violence committed by the police not only eroded the country's stability, but gave the event its tragic name of Blood Mai, or Bloody May. This is Hartfield's response, a self-portrait with Berlin's police chief, the very symbol of the police force he was criticizing. He's figuratively executing Zorgibel, cutting his head off with scissors.
Just figurative. It's just parody. It's a joke.
Which isn't exactly the most subtle of political...
Again, literal cut and paste. I love this. Bring this back.
...statements. However, it's an attack, not a physical one like the police had done, but a social one. It's an attack on the man's name, his title, what he represents, and what he embodies. The scissors aren't used against the commissioner, they're used against his reputation. The action of cutting Zorgibel's image is a great representation of the medium used by Hartfield to criticize. It's a medium he pioneered, the photo montage. I want to look at Hartfield's use of the photo montage through one of his first montages, this 1920 cover of the Der Dada 3 journal, The Tire Travels the World. This is Dada in its purest form. It's playful, it's dynamic, it's in your face. Raoul Haussmann is...
Yeah, Dada is like, chaotic neutral, I would say. I love it for its chaos. Like, at its core, Dada is just distilled chaos.
Yelling at you, you see glimpses of advertised commodities, a toothbrush, a wheel, bikes. You see out of context newspaper cutouts. It's all chaotic.
Right, you're an artist. Yeah, I'm an artist and an art historian. The worst type.
It's aggressive, and it doesn't seem to mean much. Hartfield is criticizing the way information was conveyed during his time by creating a parody, a satire of communications at that time. Words, sentences, slogans appearing and disappearing in a blink of an eye, commodities, products, objects fighting to grab your attention and your money. It's loud, it's overwhelming, it's confusing, it makes no sense, it's Dada. Hartfield is using elements of society, appropriating segments of it, and repackaging it to expose the absurdity of it. It's a deconstruction of the media of the time. He's disrupting the illusion of order. There are a lot of things that got me into working with photos. The main thing is that I saw both what was being said and not being said with photos in the newspapers. I found out how you can fool people with photos, really fool them. You can lie and tell the truth by putting the wrong title or wrong captions under them, and that's roughly what was being done.
Fake news, brother. Yeah, like, this perfectly exemplifies how, like, AI didn't invent fake news. Photoshop didn't invent the fake photo. People have been doing these things for a very long time. A very long time. Whether it was like purposefully to make a political statement like this guy, or whether it was done to trick people, like a lot of spiritualists did. But it's always been about manipulating a narrative. It's always been about that, especially with news.
Nothing illustrates this better than this 1930 work, Whoever reads bourgeois newspapers becomes blind and deaf, away with the stultifying bandages. At the time, viewers would recognize the German Social Democratic Party's newspaper, Onward, and would read, "I am a cabbage head, do you know my leaves? Whoever reads bourgeois newspapers becomes blind and deaf." Leaves here is a German play on words for newspapers and cabbage leaves. Again, as in most of Hartfield's works, the message is extremely clear. He says propaganda not only narrows your vision of the world, it makes you blind.
This is my favorite type of art, like anti-propaganda propaganda.
However, and we can't ignore this, Hartfield is criticizing propaganda through propaganda. He produced partisan images, crafted them to attack his enemies, mostly fascists. We could easily accuse Hartfield of hypocrisy. However, propaganda is an extremely complex and nuanced concept. When criticizing propaganda, I don't think Hartfield is criticizing images that relay opinions or advocate for a set of political ideas or moral convictions. Hartfield is criticizing the kind of propaganda.
Art historian, cool, assuming you enjoy it. I mean, there's a reason I don't have a master's in art history. They're some of the most odious people alive. And dead, honestly. Some of the worst people in general. It's like fine art in general has always been very, very elitist. And that's precisely what I hate about it the most. So I don't know. I like the theory. There's a lot of good theory that I can bite into, but most of it is very, very pretentious bullshit. Odious dope word, yeah. You know how they say, like, those who don't do teach? It's kind of like that. Like, artists who cannot art are art historians. It's simply that. Like, people who have very little knowledge or appreciation of the arts themselves are doing the most criticism and pontificating about it. It's crazy. Studying software engineering. Oh my god, tech bros suck, yeah. Yeah, I imagine so. I'm sure you know my struggle. That is cool though. Software engineering, it's fascinating. There's so much that goes into it.
That obfuscates the truth. The kind of propaganda that lies, the one that fools people, really fools them, to make them adopt a position contrary to their interests. Propaganda that raises awareness about propaganda isn't necessarily harmful, and it doesn't necessarily attack the truth. Let's look at another insightful work of propaganda, the kind that propagates an opinion without lying. In February 1932, the Geneva Conference, or the World Disarmament Conference.
Yeah, that's what Second Thought, JT from Second Thought, has said about like his own work. That yes, I am making communist propaganda. I am, and I'm doing it on purpose, and I'm not sorry. So, you know, like, there's nothing to hide if all you're doing propaganda for is against fascism, you know?
Conference began with the aims of reducing militarization after World War I. History would show these efforts to be futile. Many people predicted the futility of the effort, and John Hartfield was one of them. On November 9, 1932, in Geneva, A counter-protest was being held in opposition to a fascist demonstration, resulting in the killing of 13 anti-fascists by the military. Hartfield would make the meaning of Geneva, Peace Cannot Live Where Greed Capital Exists, published on November 27th in AIZ. You see a dove, a symbol of peace, impaled by a bayonet in front of the League of Nations with the Swiss flag turning into a swastika. This symbol is a strong one as it shows not only the violence of the impalement, but also the immediacy of it as feathers float next to the carcass. This is a call for peace, but it's also mourning the death of peace. As the title expresses, Hartfield believes that peace will inevitably die as long as capitalism exists, for peace cannot coexist with the necessary.
Based. Way too based. Oh my god. I'm starting this stuff to have time and money for a agitprop. Let's go. I'm an anxious brokey in my 30s. Otherwise, I feel you. I feel you. Good for you, though. Good for you. Whatever you gotta do. You know? JT switch to agitprop is awesome, yeah. Fucking love that guy.
Necessary components of capitalism: greed, competition, class division, alienation, and never-ending expansion. I want to conclude this video with Hartfield's anti-fascist work and, more importantly, his anti-Nazi work. Let me show you 3 of them. There's Adolf the Obermensch swallows gold and spouts tin.
Dude, he was just making memes. He was just making memes in 1940s. Like, incredible. Incredible.
An X-ray by Hartfield. There's the meaning of the Hitler salute, little man asks for big gifts. And finally, there's Hooray, the butter is finished, where the caption reads, Hooray, the butter is gone, Goering in his Hamburg
What? What?
speech, ore has always made an empire strong. Butter and lard have at most made people fat.
Okay, this one's like too 5-head for me. I am not sure I understand the metaphor. Butter and lard have made people fat. What? I'm sorry, what? I want to get it. I think it's based. I just don't understand. They're just a bunch of fat cats drinking their butter from guns? Tubes? I don't know what this is. I'm not sure what's happening here. Was this made by AI? What is this? What is this object? Oh yeah, I always forget it's photo collage. Is this a bike? I don't know. Poggers?
This last image, Hartfield is making fun at Goering's speech, showing the absurdity of Nazi rhetoric, but more importantly, the hypocrisy of populist fascists who posture as if they care about the well-being of their population. This hypocrisy is what Hartfield seemed to focus on in his criticism of Hitler and Nazism, at least in the images I've shown. The 2 first images I showed depict Hitler as a paid shill for German industrialists. Hartfield could have criticized the Nazis for many reasons. It's not like fascists don't have a lot to be criticized for, but he chose the route of hypocrisy. Why? The Nazis were lying about something quite fundamental: the fact that they were socialists. If you believe that Hitler or Nazis were socialists, I recommend you watching the video 3 Hours made on this subject. However, if your only argument is that the National Socialist Party was socialist because of the name, then I hope you can also argue that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is democratic.
Wait, that's the best argument I've ever heard. True. True. Yeah, sometimes they lie.
In any case, Hartfield, through these images, might have wanted to prevent socialists or people sensitive to socialist rhetoric from falling in the Nazi trap. No, Hartfield says, even if we're facing social, economic, and political hardships, you can't turn to fascists for solutions. They won't solve your hardships, they'll worsen them. They're backed by extremely wealthy industrialists. Their sole aim is concentrated power, war, and the abstract glory of a mythified past. To them, iron is more important than butter because their insatiable militaristic fever dreams are more important than your happiness and comfort. Hartfield was aware of the tremendous social and economic pressures imposed on his contemporaries. He was socially and politically involved because of these hardships. He made photomontages to shed light on these issues, to denounce those who offered easy solutions in exchange of power, to influence his contemporaries, and to have an impact on the world. Perhaps you might say Hartfield failed. The Nazis took power regardless of his art. Capital and greed, despite his warnings, still promote war almost a century after the creation of his works. However, I'd argue that Hartfield hasn't failed. He still contributed to the struggle against Nazism, being one of the most wanted individuals in Germany. He still
I mean, the Nazis did fall, you know. They did lose. Hitler killed himself. Like, not to say that white supremacy and fascism is gone by any means, but I mean, slight W's, and you can't say that this didn't contribute to it. You know, he was like highly influential.
Contributed to the struggle against injustice, against war, against propaganda, against capital. Hartfield's art is a fight, a constant struggle. And as long as these struggles aren't resolved and his art is still remembered and shared, Hartfield is still fighting. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure to check out my latest video on the announcement of my new artist residence.
I really like this guy. Again, it's the canvas. Here's the link again. Oh. Kidding. Here's the link again. Okay, now it's time for our our vintage film hour. I can't believe I found this. It's such a rare find. I'm very excited about it though. Post-World War II anti-fascist educational film, Don't Be a Sucker, 1947. Again, made by the US government. So, it won't be perfect, but I am excited about this. So, let's go.
Henry here got on the train with $200. He couldn't see any harm in a friendly game of cards. What if the other men were strangers? And take Joe Collins. He's got a nice wife at home. But he met this girl at the bar, and she looked after the first couple of drinks.
I don't know. It just starts off with the burglary cold. I don't know.
There's a good old-fashioned word for people like us. We call them suckers. And there are other people. People who stay up nights figuring out how to take away what they've got.
Yeah, you don't want to be a sucker, see?
There are all kinds of games. Mike here, for instance. He's got everything in him. He's young, he's healthy, got a job. And he's got plenty of food. Big factories to make things a man can use. Big cities to do the business of a big company. and people. Lots of people. Enough to work the farm and build the factories, dig the mines, and run the business.
Porpa, capitalism.
All kinds of people.
Go
People
Burr.
from different countries with different religions, different colored skins. Free people. They can live together and work together and build America together because they're free. Free to vote, to say what they please, go to their own churches.
Opium free in 1947.
To pick their own jobs. Yeah, Mike's got something, all right. He's got America. But there are guys who stay up nights figuring out how to take that away from him.
I happen to know the facts. Now, friends, I'm just an average American. But I'm an American. And some of the things I see in this country of ours make my blood boil. I see
an American.
People with foreign money. I see Negroes holding jobs that belong to me and you. Now I ask you, if we allow this thing to go on, what's going to become of us real Americans?
I've heard this kind of talk before, but I never expected to hear it in America.
This fellow seems to know what he's talking about.
What are we real Americans going to do about it?
What? Seems to know what he's talking about. I don't think so.
You'll find it right here in this little pamphlet. The truth about Negroes and foreigners. The truth about the Catholic Church.
Do you believe in that kind of talk?
I don't know, makes pretty good sense to me.
And I tell you, friends, we'll never be able to call this country our own until it's a country without. Without what? Yeah, without what? Without Negroes.
Yeah. Without what?
Without alien foreigners.
Yikes.
Without Catholics. Without Freemasons. You know these people.
What's wrong with the Masons? I'm a Mason.
Wait a minute.
Hey, that fella's talking about me.
I never thought the Lions Eating Faces party would eat my face.
And that makes a difference, doesn't it?
These are your enemies.
Makes a difference when they're talking about you, doesn't it?
These are the people who are trying to take over our country. Now you know them. You know what they stand for. And it's up to you and me to fight them. Fight them and destroy them before they destroy us. Thank you.
Before he said Masons, you were ready to agree with him.
Well, yes, but he was talking about... What about those other people?
But in this country, we have no other people. We are American people.
What about you? You aren't American, are you?
I was born in Hungary, but now I am an American citizen. And I have seen what this kind of talk can do. I saw it in Berlin.
What were you doing there?
I was a professor at the university. I heard the same words we have heard today. But I was a fool then. I thought Nazis were crazy people, stupid fanatics. But unfortunately, it was not so. You see, they knew that they were not strong enough to conquer a unified country. So they split Germany into small groups. They used prejudice as a practical weapon to cripple the nation. Of course, that was not easy to do. They had to work hard to do it. You see, we human beings are not born with prejudices. Always they are made for us, made by someone who wants something. Remember that when you hear this kind of talk. Somebody is going to get something out of it, and it isn't going to be you. This is not classroom theory. I saw it happen. I saw it first in Berlin in 1932. 5 young men that I knew were standing in the crowd listening to the Nazi speaker. Eric was a Catholic. Anton, a student of mine, was a Jew. Heinrich owned a small hardware store. Karl was a farmer. And Hans was an unemployed metal worker.
To all you alien Germans, I say it is time you inherited the nation which rightfully belongs to you. To you alone belongs the glorious destiny of the greater Germany. The Nazi Party will provide land for the
Fucking ethno-nationalism. Nothing ever changes.
farmer, work for the worker, and profits for the small businessman. Who is getting these things now? The Jew. The Jew who has stolen our nation and our birthright. Who makes all the money and takes all our jobs? The Jew! He must be shunned. He must be ostracized. He must be eliminated. And the Catholics. We don't want our great nation run by a foreign church. We Germans will know what to do with these people when the time comes. They and their faith must be destroyed. Then there are the Freemasons. In Germany, we have no place for secret societies. There will be only one society, and that is the Nazi Party. There will be no secrecy about that in the new Greater Germany.
One by one, he attacked each minority and he split them off one from the other. These men were all fellow Germans when they came here today. Now they were split into rival groups, suspicious of each other, hating each other. They were being swindled, all of them. But the man who was really being fooled was Hans. He was pure German, according to Nazi standards. To him they promised everything, and he fell for it.
Ew. Ew. No. Don't do it. Don't do it. David. They're not going to help you.
That's how Hans became a Superman. They gave him a uniform and they pumped up his ego. He wasn't just a little fellow out of work anymore. He was a member of the master race. Hans and thousands of others like him, all playing a sucker's game. They gambled with other people's liberty, and of course they lost their own. A nation of suckers. Hitler needed these people. There was lots of work to be done. There were trade unions to be smashed, because unions were organized and might offer resistance. There were many political parties in Germany. These the Nazis destroyed. They were determined to smash every organization where people might band together and resist them. There were Jews to be beaten and killed. The Jews were not powerful, but they were a convenient excuse for all the nation's ills.
Yeah, it's really crazy how nothing changes. Literally nothing changes. Like, Republicans today, still targeting Jewish people. Still against communists, Marxists, anybody that is not a Republican, I guess. Just like the white nationalism, I think is like the most painful similarity, obviously. But the way that it expresses itself is remarkably similar.
And besides, a Nazi party member could not take over this man's store. Hundreds of Catholics were put in jail because the Catholic Church had strength and could resist the Nazi drive for power. They had split the nation into 100 pieces, and then one by one, they had destroyed the pieces. Over these broken pieces, the Nazis rode into power. One party, one nation, one religion. These men had won their struggle for power. They now ruled all of Germany. But still they had trouble with their oldest and most persistent enemy, the truth. They found that truth does not die easily. And so they decided to abolish truth. One great source of truth is literature. So they burned books, 20 million of them. Many great men in Germany who were spokesmen for truth were jailed or driven from their country. Teachers, writers, scientists.
Literally, Florida. What was this, Florida last year, or was this the Third Reich? Who knows?
Education was discouraged. In 5 years, college attendance dropped 53%. It was forbidden to listen to a British radio program or read an American newspaper. In Nazi Germany, you had to get your information from Dr. Goebbels. He knew what was best for you. The church was one force in Germany still strong enough to proclaim the truth in public. This Catholic priest was arrested the following day on charges of immorality.
Okay, all right. I have a little bit of a problem with this framing of Catholics as like anti-fascists. Like, that's cute. Okay, that's cute. Sure. Sure. Do you want to talk about the Crusades next?
The Protestant church also continued to try and fight for truth. The Nazis put this man in a concentration camp. There were others who spoke for truth, and I am proud to say that educators were among them.
And what, may I ask, is an Aryan? I don't know myself. But let us see what our present so-called authorities have to say about it. They say he is tall, slender.
Hey, yo, that thing thangin'.
Blue-eyed, and blonde. There is no Aryan race. And more important, there is no master race. There are people who may find these ideas convenient, but science cannot support them. There is no scientific proof that there's any correlation between a man's racial characteristics and his native ability or character. In all racial groups, we find the same range of potentialities. We find idiots and geniuses. We find criminals and philanthropists. We must judge each man as an individual and not by the color of his skin or his eyes or by the length of his nose. Come in, gentlemen. It's comfortable. And remember that there is no master race. That is a scientific truth. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying.
And so for all practical purposes, truth had been abolished in Germany. A lot of my German friends wondered what had hit them. How did it happen? Where did it start?
This is like why Trump's rhetoric is so dangerous. Because, like, he has ushered us into a post-truth era. One that, like, admittedly, we would have entered anyway because of, like, AI, deepfakes, what have you. But he, like, particularly made the media the enemy. Said that you can't trust any of them. And that's insidious, you know? If nothing's true, then nothing matters. It's just nihilistic. It's pure nihilism. And it's like Machiavellian nihilism, which is just annoying, really, you know? Like, if you're gonna be nihilistic, at least be hedonistic.
It started right here. And this was where it could have been stopped. If those people had stood together, if they had protected each other, they could have resisted the Nazi threat. Together they would have been strong. But once they allowed themselves to be split apart, they were helpless. When that first minority lost out, everybody lost out. They made the mistake of gambling with other people's freedom. Now let's see how those bets paid off. Carl the farmer was gambling on a better life for himself. What he got was extra hours of back-breaking work, as much as 100 hours a week. He was forced to stay on his land and produce what he was told to produce, because now Hitler was preparing for war. For Heinrich, who owned a hardware store, the bet didn't pay off either.
Shocking. Shocking. Nazism doesn't pay off. Wow.
104,000 small businesses were closed in 2 years. And for Hans, conditions hadn't improved any. He had a job now in the munitions factory, but he worked long hours for little pay. The working conditions grew increasingly bad. And even though he didn't like the job, he wasn't permitted.
Dude, when the US government was willing to make pro-labor agitprop, what happened? What happened?
To leave it. And when Hitler decided the time was right, Germany went to war. Not by declaring war, but by a carefully prepared sneak attack. Once again, Hitler needed Hans to do his dirty work. Hans was an expert at brutality this time, and Hitler had decided to use Hans and his brutality against other peoples, the Czechs, the Poles.
Reagan happened, and a lot of other stuff before that, yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Hi, Sky.
The French, the Russians. But in the crucial test of war, Hitler's race theories didn't pay off. His pure-blooded supermen were defeated by the mongrel armies he despised. By the British at El Alamein. By the Russians at Stalingrad. Then on D-Day by American soldiers of every color and religion, who smashed across the Normandy beaches and drove on through to the heart of Germany. For the misguided Germans who had swallowed the Nazi bait, the Nazi game did not pay off.
Reminds me of watching the History Channel with me and my dad as a kid before it went crazy. Yeah. The History Channel used to be so different. Yeah. Yeah, same. Honestly. Nostalgia vibes. But except, like, now they're about to say, like, it was just Americans that beat the Nazis and, like, not mention Russia at all.
The continent of Europe was strewn with millions of German bodies, pure Aryan bodies. And Hans, who was going to rule the world, got only a little patch of Normandy that he could call his own. We must never let that happen to us or to our country. We must never let ourselves be divided by race or color.
Not one mention of Russia. Yep.
Or religion. Because in this country we all belong to minority groups. I was born in Hungary. You are a Mason. These are minorities. And then you belong to other minority groups too. You are a farmer. You have blue eyes. You go to the Methodist Church. Your right to belong to these minorities is a
You're a gross Methodist.
precious thing. You have a right to be what you are and say what you think, because here we have personal freedom. We have liberty. And these are not just fancy words. This is a practical and priceless way of living. But we must work at it. We must guard everyone's liberty, or we can lose our own. If we allow any minority to lose its freedom by persecution or by prejudice, we are threatening our own freedom. And this is not simply an idea. This is good, hard common sense.
I love how he's just thinking about it, like, oh yeah, sure. Oh yeah, sure, buddy, sure. You're making a lot of sense, eh? Try this with your next racist acquaintance. Sorry, I had to share it's adjacently related. Let me see. Nice argument. I have already myself as the sleek FTR train and you as the seething coal locomotive. Yeah, that's a delightful tweet. Thank you.
You see, here in America is not a question whether we tolerate minorities. America is minorities. And that means you and me. So let's not be suckers. We must not allow the freedom or dignity of any man to be threatened by any act or word. Let's be selfish about it. Let's forget about we and they. Let's think about us.
Not we, not they, us. That's right. That's fucking right. Remember, you can also link, sorry, I had to share it. Oh, I already did. Almost any story is almost certainly some kind of lie. Orson Welles. And F for fake.
It was one of the strangest trials in Dutch history. The defendant in this 1947 case was an art forger who had counterfeited millions of dollars worth of paintings, but he wasn't arguing his innocence.
What a movie, truly. I don't know how to feel about it. There was like 2 or 3 based moments, but I do think it's interesting that even America, the state America, was making anti-fascist art at some point, you know? Anything could happen.
In fact, his life depended on proving that he had committed the fraud. Like many art forgers, Han van Meegeren was an artist whose original works had failed to bring him renown. Embittered towards the art world, van Meegeren set out to make fools of his detractors. He learned all he could about the old masters, their biographies, their techniques, and their materials. The artist he chose for his deception was 17th century Baroque painter Johannes Vermeer, an ambitious decision given Vermeer was famed for his carefully executed and technically brilliant domestic scenes. Working in secret for 6 years, the forger perfected his art, copying numerous works as practice. He mixed his own paints after researching the raw materials and pigments available in Vermeer's time. He bought 17th century canvases, created his own brushes, and aged the works by applying synthetic resin and baking them to dry and crack the paint. A forensic test could have detected the synthetic resin, but at the time, such tests were neither advanced nor widespread, and even today, verification of a painting's authenticity relies on the assessment of art specialists. So it's a matter of their subjective judgment, as well as their reputation. And this is where van Meegeren truly outwitted the art world. From his research, he knew historians believed.
Honestly, forging is always so fascinating to me. I always wanted to get really good at it, but yeah, like with like carbon dating, X-rays, like we can't really fake shit like this anymore.
Vermeer had an early period.
You go through the effort, it's basically the same. Fuck it, you got away with it, yeah.
Of religious painting, influenced by the Italian painter Caravaggio. The leading authority on Vermeer, Abraham Bredius, was a huge proponent of this theory, though none of these works had surfaced. So van Meegeren decided to make one. He called it The Supper at Emmaus. Bredius declared van Meegeren's fake the masterpiece of Vermeer's oeuvre. Van Meegeren's forgery was not totally up to Vermeer's technical standards, but these inconsistencies could be made to fit the narrative. This was an early work, produced before the artist had come into his own. With the stamp of approval from the art world, the fake was sold in 1937 for the equivalent of over $4 million in today's money. The success prompted van Meegeren to forge and sell more works through various art dealers. As unbelievable as it may sound, the art world continued to believe in their authenticity. When the Nazis occupied Holland during the Second World War, Hermann Göring...
I do wonder, like, how many pieces haven't been found out to be made by forgers?
One of Hitler's top generals sought to add a Vermeer to his collection of artwork looted from all over Europe. Van Meegeren obliged, selling him an alleged early Vermeer painting titled Christ with the Adulteress. As the tide of the war turned, so did Van Meegeren's luck. Following the Allied victory, he was arrested for delivering a priceless piece of Dutch heritage to the Nazis, an act of treasonous collaboration punishable by death. To prove the painting wasn't a national treasure, he explained step by step how he had forged it. But he faced an unexpected obstacle, the very expert who had enabled his scam. Moved to protect his reputation, Bredius defended the painting's authenticity. With few options left, Van Meegeren set to work on a new Vermeer. When he presented the fake to the court, they finally believed him. He was acquitted for collaborating with the Nazis and sentenced to a year imprisonment for fraud. Though there's evidence that Van Meegeren did in fact collaborate with
Free him!
the Nazis, he managed to convince the public.
It's Always Sunny had a funny episode centered around Hitler memorabilia and art. Oh my god. Fucking, It's Always Sunny. What a show. What a show.
That he had tricked Göring on purpose, transforming his image into that of a folk hero who had swindled the Nazis. Thanks to this newfound notoriety, his works became valuable in their own right, so much so that they were later forged in turn by his own son. The same canvases went from revered classics to despised forgeries to works of art respected for the skill and notoriety of the forger. Determining the value of art is clearly a complicated business. But what about the meaning of art? Who decides that? And does it even matter?
What does it all mean, man?
Join the debate with this video, or consider the mathematical mystery at the heart of Van Gogh's paintings.
Oop. Blew my mind when I found out a lot of these scenes are just rough outlines with a lot of improv. Yeah. Wait. What scenes? Like the Vermeers and stuff? Yeah. Yeah, it's all just guesses. Just vibes. Pretty much. Yeah. Alright, it's time for fun stuff. What are your pronouns, cunt?
I don't like girls. I don't like boys. I got a day.
Oh, It's Always Sunny. I guess that works too.
Damn baddie that I enjoy. Oi. I'm in love with the they them. I'm in the club with some they them. 10 out of 10 what I rate them. Got their fucking cent, I don't pay them. They said they're no binary. I said cunt, that's fine with me. You can still inspire me. I won't call you he or she. I don't care what you got downstairs as long as you can lick my feet. I don't care what you got downstairs as long as you can pee on me. Pull up, knock a cunt out if they ever come misgender you. They're just jealous, they can't pull a kick, they them and get it rude. LGBTQI plus I love them also very much. They identify as fluid, so I go and pick them up. On my bros like shit, 3056. They a he or she, I don't give a shit. People coming up to ask me if they a girl or boy. They a girl or boy, yeah, they're somewhere in between.
What are your pronouns, con? 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 What are your pronouns? Before I go down, hit that ass out, hit it from the back and spin around. What are your pronouns? I don't mess around. I got sexy they them baddies in my sex lounge.
I'm on Smith Street with some hot humans. Someone bump that Charlie XCX and go stupid. Someone bumps that lot of powder and they fucking lose it. This is WesD exclusive, but it's still inclusive. Heard you used the wrong pronoun even though you knew it. Heard you used the wrong pronoun and my night's ruined. But I'm with some they them gangsters up in Mount Druitt. Put your hands in the air if you're gender fluid. They can't see him, They can't she, her. They can't say them. But I'm it, that. I'm an object. I still skid fat. In the gender neutral bathroom, make that ass clap. They got XX chromosomes with different expressions. Especially with the ones with my genderless affection.
What are your pronouns, con? 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 What are your pronouns? Before I go down, hit that ass out, hit it from the back and spin around. What are your pronouns? I don't mess around. I got 60,000 baddies in my sex lounge.
Oh, Pog, there's a new Fear and. Should that be our fun? Third one off.
I wanna take down the billionaires. So.
Wait, is it? I haven't looked at the rest of the shit at all.
Frickin' bet.
No. Oh yeah, the pronoun song, right?
A little wiggle room to move my body and to go to Zoom. And so they think you don't know. I'll say you know. I'll say you know. You think I need a wiggle room to move my body? Go to Zoom. I go to space and then you go to Waka. I think I forget it. And when the matter let it goes on fire. And when the matter let it goes on fire. And when the matter let it goes on fire. And when the matter let it goes on fire. And then the way it goes, it goes. 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 I need a little wiggle room to move my body and to go to Zoom. So they think you don't know. I'll say you know.
Shorty can't stand.
I'll say you know.
Shorty can't land. Doing tricks, now he's breaking on his hand. Playing Ted deck like a little skateboard. Take me to a skate park, let me show off my moves. I can ollie, I can do a 180. Take me to the streets and I'll show you I'm pretty. I'll wear my hot dress tonight and I'm gonna look tight. Cause the boys alright, yeah. The boys all in the room, yeah. Shake your body, get to the groove, yeah. Goes trouble, I feel it in the room. Trouble, go to Zoom. Trouble, go to Zoom. The way it goes, the way it goes.
Okay. Let's do Fear and. Fuck it, why not?
Here we go. Welcome to another episode of Fear and, featuring your favorite hosts, Hassan Piker, Will Neff, Austin Show, me.
Oh, we started?
And QTCinderella.
Touching
me. Okay.
This is gonna be a nutty episode.
It's gonna be a nutty episode.
Wait, why is it so quiet?
Absolutely. I've got some water. I'm hydrating.
Austin's drunk.
Jesus.
Will's dressed to the fucking nines.
Why are you dressed nice?
QTCinderella is here.
Okay, I'm
wow.
I'm usually here for the record.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
QTCinderella
I'm
is
sorry I
here.
took a week off, bitch.
This is basically no days off. This is basically the post-mortem Taylor Swift episode.
You didn't talk about it with Leslie?
We talked about it with Leslie a little bit, but we
Dude,
thought that
I
it
will
would be
say, I love Leslie
inappropriate.
so much.
Me too. Cold
is on.
But I saw the clip of what she said she does when she runs out of underwear. That is not relatable to any woman I've ever met.
Oh my god, her corset is so cute. Oh my god, it's so fucking cute. Like a crushed velvet bustier, I think is the word. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. That blew my mind. I know more girls that flip their underwear like just like inside out when they run out.
Putting a pad on to just...
Putting a pad on?
Yeah, for context, Leslie last week on the podcast, she said she puts a pad on as a last resort when
If she runs out of underwear. I just go commando if I run out.
Yeah, I feel like that's the most obvious answer. Is just not wearing underwear, right?
You know what's crazy is sometimes I do the same thing when I'm...
You put a pad?
You put a pad on?
I use a tampon.
That's so cool.
Do you really?
I can't do shoulders, but yes, yeah. Fair.
Shove it in your butt?
I shove it in
Shove it in your butt. Anyway, Leslie, that was crazy. That was crazy. We all have our things. That was crazy.
Cutie, I am starting to associate you with Taylor Swift. No,
hate your voice today for some reason.
Wait, what? What about my voice?
I
do you
just
hate?
woke up and decided.
Just today, huh?
I don't like you.
Wow, that is
You woke up
amazing.
and chose violence.
I don't know.
Cutie, I like
just
literally
decided.
am so, ever since I went to the Taylor Swift concert, I'm so into Taylor Swift, and you are like Taylor Swift to me now. I'm like a big fan.
I'm not famous.
I keep hearing people say that. She basically is Taylor Swift. She's basically the same person.
He's been in the shop cooking this up. He's like, how can I appeal to Cutie and win her over again?
Such a big fan.
Cutie, I'd like to take it back a second. I think
What?
you opened up a good vein of conversation.
Oh, is it?
I feel like that color is not great for her.
Is it a good vein of conversation?
Boy.
Betrayal?
No,
I've never seen her put her foundation on before, but that does not match.
I was gonna say.
Do we think we need to address this?
What's the betrayal?
They're upset we went to brunch.
What did you guys do this morning?
Yeah.
Okay, we were literally in a group chat. Any of you could have been like, "Oh, we'll come to brunch."
No, you said we are going to brunch, which means we were not invited. Hassan.
Austin, you invite yourself to literally everything.
True.
How do you think you're on this podcast?
I
certainly saw that message.
We already had 2 white men.
Look,
leave Austin alone.
Look, I mean, you needed gay representation, and that was the closest you could get.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty close too.
Hassan
So
has
it's all right.
ostracized himself from
Uh-huh.
the gay community by bashing every single gay man he comes into contact with. I'm the only one that stuck around.
I feel like being mean to you today. I don't know what it is.
I feel like being mean to him every day
I
because
don't know
it's
why.
valid. It's so valid.
Usually I'm not.
Everybody loves the segment of Fear and where they open the podcast by bashing.
They always bully him. They bully him all the time. Maybe she'll mix it, but yeah, at least under camera it's off. Yeah, I mean, it might be the lighting. It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, she always looks great. I wouldn't have noticed it if she wasn't doing her makeup on camera.
Old-fashioned gay bashing.
Little old-fashioned
that's
queer
for
bashing.
that's for
All right,
content.
what do you
That's
guys
not
got?
real.
What do you guys got for me today? What Austin show?
I have
complaints do
so
you
much.
have?
I have so much.
The opening segment.
I'm holding it in.
Okay.
I'm gonna get to it.
Oh, he's gonna get to it.
I have so much for this week, but
okay.
Before we do that, so how was betrayal brunch?
Oh my god, you guys are so cringe.
Did
What
you meet
was the
Taylor?
I'm looking at the
Betrayal.
group chat? What was the how? Oh, my phone didn't show right.
No.
How was it phrased in the group chat? I'm looking right now.
Will said, Cutie and I are going to Taylor Swift brunch.
No, I said that.
Okay.
Yeah, and Will said, "Why would you leak that? That's for us only."
Oh, did you say that, Will?
I might have.
Yep, he did say that.
And also, you didn't correct him and go, "No, it's for everybody."
Yeah, but also, no. I said, Will and I are going to Taylor Swift breakfast tomorrow. And he said, why did you tell them?
Yeah.
He didn't say, like, why did you tell them no one can come?
And then
Judy,
Hassan
you said Will and I are
Also-
going to Taylor Swift breakfast.
responded.
Let's scroll
Why
back. a
did
few
you
days and I
tell
say, Does
them?
anyone want to come see my stand-up next week? I only have a few seats. And then no one said they wanted to come.
Excuse me, Austin show
my God.
immediately after
Said
saying,
what
what day
time?
is it? Because I was out of town during the
And
stand-up.
then you didn't say anything. What do you
Because
mean
I'm
you were
out of town.
It's next week.
I'm out of town next
Well,
week.
Then reply.
I'm going to be in Florida,
That's
okay?
fine.
I'm working, okay?
Austin said,
Ever heard of
OMG, Mauricio said, they just making shit up now. And Will very quickly changed the conversation and was like, haha, they didn't know that it was real. And basically, like, what time do we record tomorrow? I also want to play some pickleball. Now, let me ask you a question. Will, how many days in advance did you set up this Taylor
Classic Will. Just coming in on something totally different.
Swift brunch
The
situation?
day before.
Okay. Let me ask you a second question. Was I not available?
Yeah. Was he not available?
How did you set up the
You're
Taylor Swift brunch
telling
question?
me-
I was in town.
You're telling me you would have skipped your stream to drive to Tarzana
That's really
to get a
interesting.
Taylor Swift themed pancake.
Interesting.
Kindly fuck
Where we
off.
had to wait in line for 2 hours.
Interesting that you just
Yeah, I don't think he would have.
brought that up because I wasn't
I think he would have liked the invitation, though.
actually doing. I wasn't streaming this morning.
You would have waited in line for 2 hours. You would have been complaining the
I would
whole
have
goddamn
waited in
time.
line for 5
No.
hours.
It would have been so annoying.
I guess
you
we'll
are
never
all
know.
fugazi.
Okay, can I say something?
I guess we'll never know because I wasn't invited.
Can I say something? If somebody's got to wait in line for 2 hours, Hassan's the bigger diva, 100%. I would stand in line for 2 hours for something.
Austin, you're drunk on the podcast.
But it's true.
Listen, Austin,
This motherfucker
20 minutes ago.
He would give it up.
20 minutes ago.
Have you traveled with this guy?
I watched this man toast a piece of bread for himself in the kitchen.
Yes.
And you came flying across the kitchen.
That's right.
And stole a piece
Slammed
of
your
toasted bread.
slammed your upper body onto the kitchen island just to grab the piece of toast.
I will say that, but Will, you also stole a piece.
No, I actually
No,
technically
I
toasted it for everybody, but it doesn't matter because you didn't let anyone else have it.
Oh, so when Will takes it, the straight guy, it's taking a piece of what's rightly his, but when I take it, it's stealing. It's
the
theft.
point is, Will kept cutting smaller pieces of the toasted bread so that everyone could enjoy the toasted bread. You literally fucking Wilt Chamberlain style, like
He's
slam dunked onto the
Chat,
table to grab the
comment
bread
in the comment section
and let no one else have it.
Not live.
Let me tell you something. Don't you?
You don't even know what it's like to be live.
Don't you ever?
Okay. All right. Maybe Austin deserves to be bullied. Not for the gay stuff, but for stuff like this.
It's true.
Don't you? Oh, it's everybody against me today, isn't it? Look, don't you?
No, it's all in your head.
Let me tell you something, all right? Let me tell you something. He had a whole loaf of bread and it's still sitting there. He had plenty of bread to toast. Don't you listen to his lies.
What? Yeah, I was toasting it for everybody, but like the toaster only takes a couple slices at a time, Austin.
Sometimes I'm a little hungry.
You also ate all the macaroons.
Fucking sue me. I was hungry.
You sat there, drunkenly ate all the macaroons while accounting for every single thing that you've eaten today. You're like, oh, God, I ate all the chips.
Judy, is it a crime to be hungry?
At the Abbey, I ate all the chips.
I didn't eat any chips.
Oh my God.
Today
Southwest
you're
chicken
dressed
salad.
like John Travolta from Grease.
Oh, no.
Cutie
Cutie's
is
got
on
daggers. Cutie's got daggers.
Cutie and I were friends before this podcast.
Can't
What happened to Austin and Cutie in the box?
There was 20 other people in the box.
Oh! Okay, let's talk about that. So
Cutie said, "You are not special."
your
The
experience.
podcast is going to be mad if we talk about Taylor Swift. They hate when we talk about Taylor Swift.
I agree with Cutie.
This
True.
is like a
We
True.
don't talk much about Taylor.
I am mad. It makes me mad, and I will be talking about how much of a scab she is. So I mean, she's not wrong. At least she knows the audience.
It's a pivotal moment.
It is my Super Bowl, but I understand some people hate my Super Bowl.
Just say it with your chest. They hate women.
They hate women.
Yeah.
I don't care. I literally never cared about Swifties before in my life. But once you encourage thousands and thousands of your fans to cross the picket line and go to hotels when hotel workers asked you specifically to cancel the show, yeah, fuck you and all your fans. Sorry.
But like some tea is that Carly Kloss was in the nosebleeds, and no one is talking about
Okay,
that
there was
enough.
a Taylor Swift celebrity account. Didn't mention that QTCinderella, Austin Show, and Ludwig were in the audience.
Sorry, Sky. Are you a fan? Are you a Swiftie? You can have a pass.
Carly Kloss was there on the 9th. You weren't there.
No.
I like a few songs, I guess. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. It's disappointing because Taylor has previously come out in support of WGA and SAG-AFTRA striking, but when the strikers are asking her to do a thing, she's like, no, I'm gonna become a fucking billionaire, actually. Actually, I want to become a billionaire with this tour, and I need the SoFi shows to do it. So, I mean, she didn't say that literally, but she might as well have.
He's talking about the night that you guys went.
Oh.
We were there. We weren't announced.
And there was a celebrity tracker of like what celebrities are Swifties.
We
Oh,
were
that's
we were
cool.
snubbed.
So they
by-
know who will survive in the violent revolution.
So
They're
we
like,
were-
you guys are spared.
We were not represented in that tweet
Austin,
of celebrities.
we are not famous.
Well, yeah, but you know who is in there? The Cookie Monster from.
The Cookie Monster is very famous.
You talking about C is for Cookie?
Yeah, that guy.
That guy is way more famous than you.
Watch this.
That guy is so much more famous
He's
than you. It's not
A-list.
even funny.
I'm gonna call
I heard he hooked up with Miranda Kerr one time.
Yeah. He's got a big dick.
He ate her C is
He's
for
got
Cookie.
a big dick?
Yeah.
Huge.
Loves to eat
I'm calling my
pussy.
stepdad. Watch this.
You have a stepdad?
Yes.
Oh.
This is important.
Is he Mormon? God, this is great.
Hey,
Austin,
real
shut
quick.
up.
Sorry, I need to call you more often, but I'm starting this by saying you're on a podcast right now.
Oh my God.
Don't panic. I have a
Hi.
quick question for you, because we're surveying the general public, and I figured you represented the general public.
She said you're my normie correspondent.
Okay, do you know who the Cookie Monster is?
Yes.
Do you know who Austin's show is?
Again?
Who
Austin's
Omega
show. Do
Low?
you know who that is?
No.
Okay.
Well,
Does
you
he know?
name
Wait,
your prize,
ask
right?
Ask him if he knows Hasanabi
Do you know who Hasanabi is?
or Hassan Piker.
Or Hassan
The
Piker?
name, but I can't remember exactly who it is.
He probably Hassan, he probably hates you. You're on the opposite political spectrum.
No, it's all good. I hate Nancy Pelosi. Tell him I hate Nancy Pelosi.
He hates Nancy
Hang up
Pelosi.
the phone.
You know, name
Night
your
save.
prize and love or host, right?
Sorry.
No. Okay.
It's okay. All right. Thank you very much. I'll call you tomorrow. We can catch
Correct.
That silence spoke volumes.
bye.
That
Truly.
silence spoke volumes. He was like, "Who is this non-famous
he was-
weirdo
he
next to you?"
up. He did say he also hates Nancy Pelosi.
You know what
My uncle
You
also.
know what I didn't put together,
Huh.
which I'm still doing the math on. How the fuck was the Cookie Monster at a Taylor Swift concert?
He's a big fan.
I don't know. That's a Taylor
Did
Swift
a guy
fan, man.
puppet the entire time?
I hope so.
Dude.
He was like, now we got bad.
The Cookie
blood."
Monster fucked Taylor Swift.
Yo, dude, honestly,
Oh my
I feel
God.
like that'd be the
Stop.
one guy that the fan
Stop.
base would finally be okay with.
Yeah, he's like not problematic.
I've been studying my Taylor Swift lore, and I was spitting some at Cutie yesterday.
Dude,
I love how much she hates this.
it's like
The
coming to
lore.
the president of the United States and being like, "Do you know the First Amendment?" That's what he's been doing to me.
Well,
I'm
Oh
like,
my
yeah.
God.
I've been
To be fair,
I've been
Trump didn't
I
really
asked
know
her
it.
about. I told
That's
her
cute.
about Taylor and her performance in Sydney.
He's just excited, okay? He wants to share a passion with you.
Me?
Yeah, she used the loop pedal.
She used a loop pedal that she learned from Ed Sheeran,
Dude, you are.
and she wrote this song.
You're such a fucking tryhard.
No, I'm not even
She doesn't
tryhard.
like it.
I'm
You're
not-
trying
I'm not even
hard.
trying hard. In fact, I just bought a box for Miami.
No, you didn't.
Oh, you're right. I
They're
did.
not on sale yet.
I know.
Oh my god. Why do you know that? Are you like gonna go?
I'm gonna go to Miami.
Not you.
on
You're
the
not.
list.
Cutie
Going.
and I are going to Miami.
What list? What is the list?
The list to see prices.
Cutie and I are going to Miami.
So you would drive there.
I would fly.
What?
Cinderella.
Wait, you're fucked. You're fucked.
She would fly for Taylor, but not for anyone on this podcast. Amazing. I mean, you know what? She's right.
Fucked.
Wait, why? Because
It's next year.
she's getting on a plane to go to.
I think I
that
can do
has
it by
nothing
next
to
year.
do with what we bet
I'm in
on.
intense therapy. I've got to be fixed by then.
Wait. If she gets on a plane before you actually put a down payment on a house.
Wait, I gotta buy a house.
No,
now?
okay, rent. Down payment on the rent, like fucking deposit.
The goalpost is moved.
Okay, deposit for your rent.
I've got a few friends in West Hollywood. Can I move in with one of them?
No.
Why not?
They're not your friends.
Yeah,
honestly.
you met them on
Oh my
Grindr.
God.
The only person
I
who
don't
you
know what you're talking about.
the only person
This is what I'm sick of. I'm sick of everybody thinking that I'm just fucking everybody.
Oh my God, he's
when I
talking
meet
about
them.
Marsh.
No.
He's like, I've got a friend who has a couch.
No. Look, everybody thinks that I'm just fucking. I'm dating.
No, you're not.
I'm meeting people. I'm getting to know them. And then should we so happen to
If
have
you were
sex,
a woman, they'd call you a slut.
I mean, we call him a slut.
He's a slut.
He's a slut.
Look,
He's
I
slutty.
am meeting people. I am dating. Try it, okay?
If you're going on a date with a
Whose
man
phone is going off?
or a woman at 11:30 p.m.
Did you do this?
Pacific.
It's not a date,
They're
it's a
opening
hookup.
up a can of worms.
Yes! Thank you.
Hold on. Hassan.
Austin was like in the car. He's like, "We gotta wrap this up quick. I got a date." And I was like, "You don't have a date." I was like, "He's like,
Hassan
what?"
thinks.
Yeah. If it's after 11:30, that, my friend, that's a booty call. I'm sorry. It is. There's no two ways about that.
That every time I go to meet a man at 11 o'clock at night, it's a hookup.
Yeah.
He thinks that every time it's 11 o'clock at night, it's not about
Listen, I am pulling for you this episode. I am pulling for you. But outside of like a very degenerate work cycle in New York City where sometimes you can have dinner past 10,
right?
There are not many date activities that happen in the
Especially if it's like the first time you're meeting them.
Dead of night.
We were going to a beautiful diner. You heard of Mel's Diner?
A beautiful diner.
That is such a dick appointment.
We were going
Oh my God.
We were going to go to Mel's Diner.
That's where you go after
At
you
least
fuck.
you gave him
And
dinner
we
before
were
you.
going to see where the night took us, and who knows where it would have taken us.
Oh my God.
Could have taken us.
Where did the night take you?
It didn't happen because Hassan fucking took forever to his mom's dinner. Okay.
He had the audacity on camera, okay, while we're in the car shooting, to be like, what do you mean? It's just a date. I'm like, Austin, it's 11 right now.
It was a date.
No, the only thing you're eating at that point is dick.
And
okay,
nothing happened because the date didn't happen because we got.
Let me say this.
Yeah. The original.
If I to invite a woman out on a date and I said meet me at 11 at Mel's Diner.
Yeah, no, that's a booty call. That is a booty call. There's nobody that would consider that a date. Right? Am I crazy? Like, no. No. I would never call that a date.
Originally, the date was. Now, hold on. Take this into consideration. The original date time was 8:30. It just kept getting pushed.
Oh.
It was originally at 8:30.
All right.
We're gonna meet for dinner. It kept getting pushed, and eventually it just got canceled because it was too late.
Fair.
So the fact
Okay, that's just like disrespectful of their time.
that I think it got canceled was the fact
I didn't know that it was originally at 8:30.
Yeah,
that is a viable time for dinner.
Tell you, but eventually he
Taking Twinks to Mel's Diner.
It was his suggestion. I hope he doesn't watch this podcast, by the way. He probably does.
It's okay.
Mel's Diner is also.
Well, he knows that you didn't just bail on him. He knows.
Yeah, he knows.
It's
What
true.
He knows what you were up to.
Well, I told him. What am I supposed to say? I'm filming Name Your Price. Like,
I thought everyone knows what Name Your Price is.
Why'd you think Cutie's stepfather would know Name Your Price then?
well, I mean, I just thought maybe
I would love to get Cookie Monster on this podcast. As an
Please.
honest.
He's a threat, dude. He's lethal. He's gonna be fucking everybody.
He's for Cookie.
He's gonna be fucking everybody, dude.
What do you think? Who do you think the most problematic member of the Sesame Street is?
Count Dracula.
I mean, the Count?
The Count, yeah.
Why do you think that he's problematic?
Sucks on blood.
He sucked Cookie Monster's cock. It was a violent affair.
Easy. That was such a. I had it ready for you.
Really?
I had that in the
Jesus.
You think the Count is the most
I could
problematic?
Take it with a grain of
Groucho
salt.
being a
I am
problem.
Ottoman, and therefore Vlad Dracula Tepesh is also historically a figure.
What about the two
that
old
we hate?
white dudes that just sit in the balcony and hackle
Oh
people?
yeah, those ones suck.
Yeah, but in a non-problematic fashion.
True.
You know them at their worst.
Wait, is that Sesame Street? Or is that
That's
Kermit
the
the Frog?
Muppets.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I get those two mixed
You
up.
got the
Me
puppets
too.
mixed
Fair.
up.
I just found out they were different.
Who's your favorite puppet?
Ooh, Elmo.
Elmo.
No,
You didn't even think.
my favorite puppet on Sesame Street.
No, just in general.
My favorite puppet has got to be Barney. The puppet.
Barney is a
That
man in
is-
his.
What?
Did you think Barney was a puppet?
Is it a real person? I didn't know that
Austin.
was dinosaurs. I thought they got extinct. They got wiped out by the meteor.
It's a man in a. It's a man
It's
in a.
a man
mascot
in a
costume.
suit.
Oh, you're talking about the puppets like with the hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or the marionettes, yeah.
Oh. Elmo.
Good answer.
Good answer.
With the hands.
Answer. Good answer, Elmo.
What do you mean with the hands, sir? That is all puppets. All puppets require hands.
You do a good Elmo.
Please don't tell him that. Elmo! It's going to be Trump all over again. He's going to start
I
doing-
like.
We're
You know
gonna
who I
make
like?
Elmo!
What the fuck? I like the dude in the trash can.
Groucho.
Oscar the Grouch.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, who's Groucho?
Groucho is one of the Marx brothers.
Oh.
Yeah, Groucho Marx.
Wow.
What do you normally...
I got you guys. Listen, I got you.
We need to get out more.
That's what I'm here for.
Okay, what is your favorite puppet?
And it's hard to beat Kermit the Frog. Kermit has brought me
Classic.
to tears a few times. You know?
Yeah, Kermit's a good one.
Kermit is a good one. That's the best one. I
Yeah.
But that's like the classic. You can't...
Elmo's disqualified. He is a hat, actually. He is a hat? I'm sorry, what?
can't. You know, that's why I didn't go for it. What about you, Miss Piggy?
I was gonna say Miss Piggy.
You're a Miss Piggy girl.
But why? She's a pick-me?
Yeah, big time.
Oh. Perfect.
That and she just dominates Kermit.
She does just dominate Kermit.
Ludwig does have Kermit energy.
He has big Kermit energy.
Yeah.
We're not Miss Piggy and Kermit, please.
Oh my God.
Elmo is worn on the puppeteer's head? Wait, what? How did I not know this? I'm sorry. I'm gonna need proof.
God.
I don't want to
Oh my
be Miss
God.
Piggy.
Even though he is becoming more jock-like.
He is a jock. I think Ludwig is a jock.
He's not a jock.
One of the Muppets came out as trans.
Who?
Gonzo.
Really?
Which one's Gonzo?
I'm pretty sure.
Hog.
Like Muppet babies.
Muppet
Good for them.
Babies, yeah.
Gonzo?
I feel like I would have heard
I'm
about this
Googling
because
him.
I feel like Republicans would have gotten way more mad. You know what I mean? Like
Gonzo's not trans. He's just got a weird nose.
yeah, like I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I
don't
mean,
know.
we should.
Gonzo trans Muppet Babies.
Yeah.
Muppet Babies tackles gender identity as Gonzo becomes Gonzarella.
Yeah.
Gonzarella.
Gonzarella now.
Okay, wait, hold
Do you
on.
have a problem with that?
Why are conservatives not more mad about that?
Oh my
That's
God.
content
Oh, I'm sure there's something about it. I'm sure.
for me.
Gonzo is Gonzarella. Look
To be
at
honest, it's because Gonzo passes so well as Gonzarella.
well, and actually,
No, that would make them more mad.
they were
They'd be
really
like, "Damn it, I'm
mad.
jerking off to this this puppet."
You missed it. Candace Owens has a whole video where she's pissed.
Oh.
This was in
Yeah.
2021.
Yeah, I thought I heard about this.
Oh, it flew under my radar. A lot was
You
happening.
missed it.
Yeah, a lot.
January.
Now I've been called out. There are multiple Elmo puppets depending on the scene it calls for, but one of them is really a hat, like I described. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for the fact check.
6 was happening.
Yeah, that's true.
That's so funny that they missed the trans Muppet Baby outrage because there was a raid on the Capitol.
Yeah.
Damn.
Seems
Oh
to
my
me
gosh,
they
it was
they
on
were,
Disney.
they were getting more busy
Yeah.
with other stuff. Thank God. I mean, Matt Walsh would probably bring that back on a slow news week. He'd be like, remember that fucking Muppet?
Whoa.
Yep.
Wait,
Oh.
that's so interesting.
Yeah. See, I do that.
Oh my gosh, I love the bear. I forgot about the bear. What's the bear's name?
Snuffleupagus?
That one's my favorite. No.
Oh,
This-
Bear in the Big Blue House.
No. That bear.
yeah.
Oh, Fonzie.
Fonzie. Yeah, I love Fonzie. Fuck Miss Piggy.
I didn't really watch a lot of Muppet stuff.
Did you
Kinda.
watch as a kid?
Live leak.
Live leak beheading videos.
Yeah, Chechen execution videos.
Do you want
Stop.
to
Like
hear
that.
how I almost died yesterday?
Yes.
Austin almost
Huh?
killed you?
Besides that, okay.
What?
So
Twice?
Okay, can I tell you? We didn't almost die, but this convertible car that I rented was a 1968 GMC Bonneville convertible. I was turning with Cutie in an intersection, and the horn fell off.
So it just kept horning.
It just kept honking.
Dude, that is like out of a sketch.
It was on
Oh,
camera too.
no.
But like we were turning in the intersection, and I went to honk, and the horn. It was like operated on a spring.
I do have to say
The
something
spring
funny
would
about
come
you.
out. Hold on,
When
wait.
we were filming, everyone we drove past on the street, Austin would honk at.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He kept doing that the whole day.
Why are you doing that?
Well, because I thought it was
Why?
And he would go, name your price. It's back, folks.
I would say, name your price. Back on the air.
He really loves it. He loves it so much.
That's my favorite.
He's such a showman. Like he could be like doing like commercials in the 50s. I don't just
No, it's not even name your price that you love. I'm saying like you love doing like little sketches. You're such a
It was
fan
a lot
of
of
that.
fun. I had a great time. Anyway, but I was turning into a very busy intersection. I went to honk, and the horn fell off. And so it was just, and it wouldn't stop, and people around us were getting upset. And people were like, hey, fuck you! And I couldn't stop
awful.
it. I was like trying to, and I had to lean over.
I didn't know where the thing was. I didn't know what happened.
I had to grab the horn.
I
and,
hope
like,
that makes the
eventually
final cut.
It put, hey, fuck you.
We'll
People,
see.
very upset people.
Okay, this is what happened. So I went to mini golf with some friends yesterday, and these two phones are cars. This is me. This is the car behind me.
It's my phone.
Yeah, congrats. This is the red light over here, and I'm trying to turn this way, okay? But there are people crossing the street, so I can't possibly turn into them.
Right.
And it's a red light, so my keys are the red light. But you can turn on a red, but there are humans, so I cannot turn. This guy, and I'm like, there are humans.
God, just the worst kind of human, the worst driver, dude. God, immediate anxiety. Like, what, do you want me to run them over? Do you want me to run them over? There are people. If I could turn, I would turn.
It's like I'm yelling to the air, like, there are humans, humans, humans.
Right.
And they slowly walk. And then as soon as they get here, there's still a guy on the sidewalk, like, deciding if he wants to go. So I do linger a second longer. Mind you, it's still red. And I'm like, oh my God. So I turn, finally. He goes, skirt, pulls up next to me, and I just have one of these loaded.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting there,
that's what I'm talking
flipping him off, right? I'm just, holy shit, they're humans.
As
You're
you should.
Singing, look what you made me do.
Yeah, like, look what you made me do. No, so then, and he is so committed to going fast, he sees me flip him off, goes all the way up here, stops.
Oh.
Middle of the road.
Oh, no.
And I think, oh, I've read the news.
Yeah.
I
Oh my
could die here.
God.
You live in America.
I live in America. So then I stop. I was like, I'll play this game. I'll play this game all day. Then he reverses.
Oh. Wait, you kept antagonizing him?
No.
God, Jesus. Panic attack.
I wasn't going to go catch up to him. So I stopped back here thinking he's going to have to go. Traffic's coming. Of course, now there's no traffic. Like, there's no cars to be seen. So he is able to reverse. And I'm like, okay. So then I go, skirt, skirt. And he goes, skirt, skirt. And I'm like, all right, here we go. So I roll down the window and he's like, fuck you, you fucking dumb bitch. Learn how to drive. And I'm absorbing. And I'm like, how do I want to do this? Like, I have enough time to think of how I want to do this. And so I sit there, I stare at him. I lay like this. My boob almost came out. I go like,
Careful.
I go like this. And I'm listening to him call me a dumb bitch. I'm laying out my window. And I go, wow, you are so right. He's like, please learn how to drive, learn how to drive. I say, where? Where can I help me, please? I need your help, please. Oh my God. Like,
You unwind.
Where does a dumb woman go to learn? How do I? Will you teach me?
Found him?
Please, sir. So I start doing that. Yeah. I'm like, please, like, you're right. I don't know I don't even own this car. It's someone else's. And I just start saying this to him. And I have all the time in the world. There's no cars coming. And so finally, and I was like,
she's my fucking hero.
And he's still yelling. He stops yelling a little bit. And I go, I've got one question for you though. And he goes, and this is probably the coolest thing I've done in a while, but it's because I've been so dissociated. And he goes, what is it? What? And I go, I hope you can go fucking kill yourself. And I just go crazy. I go League of Legends player on this asshole. I said, I hope you speed into the next car, crash into them, and fucking die, and your family has to think about it for years. You fucking cunt. You douchebag cunt bag. And then, because I knew at that point he didn't have a weapon. And he just starts slamming on his horn, and I go, skirt. And I drove away.
Does he follow you?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Fucking epic, dude. Why didn't she open with this? This is so good. It's so good. It's everything I've ever wanted to do. God, I love her. God, I love her. Oh, man. I'm trying to think. Like, the closest thing I've done to that is just, like, racing a guy fucking in a lifted truck, of course. And I was, like, in a little sedan. So, like, I can go around roundabouts much fucking faster than he can. But then once we hit the highway, he just rolled coal in my face. So, not nearly as cool as her story.
He couldn't. I went too
Well,
fast.
why didn't you tell him there were people that you were going to hit?
I did. He didn't care. That's what I said at first. When I went like this.
I've done this before. I've honked at people.
I've fought people at red lights before.
Really?
I've gotten out of my car and beat the shit out of people at a red light.
He was a big man.
Oh my god.
But I knew he didn't have a gun because he would have pulled it already.
I honked at a guy that was texting at a light one time, and he got really upset at me.
I almost wish I had the fake gun because I wanted to be
Hey,
like
that'll get you
imagine
killed.
little
Yeah, that'll definitely
yeah,
get
that's
you.
true.
That is
That would've been
very
bad.
illegal.
That would be cool as fuck, though.
But it was just like this grown ass man yelling at. They're humans,
Do you
and
carry
he saw
pepper
the
spray,
humans.
cutie?
Yeah, and a taser.
That's exactly
Yeah.
what I carry.
Usually, I don't antagonize.
Wait, really?
I carry pepper spray and a taser.
Pepper spray's good, man.
I'm afraid of a gun.
Yeah.
I'll shoot somebody.
But you
on
have to
accident.
have pepper spray that
Good
has
stuff.
a long enough distance. Otherwise, you're just gonna.
Oh,
get
I
it.
have bear spray.
Carry bear spray with you.
Are you lying for attention?
No,
Show it to us.
I don't have it on me.
Then
I
you
just
don't
In
asked
my
carry it.
car, I have it.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, you have it specifically for like road rage incidents.
Yeah, just in case somebody wants to.
That's
fuck with
so funny. That's because
That's
you're
good.
such a bad driver.
No, I don't. Look,
It's like someone's gonna try to.
no,
someone's
I-
gonna fuck me
I
up.
don't engage in road rage. I'm a very calm driver. I used to be.
I also thought that he carried it all the time. That's like male privilege, you know? Cutie has that shit on her all the time. For sure. Amongst other things. I think she has one of those, it's like, brass knuckles, but it's like cat ears, so it's spiked. Yeah, like, okay, bro. Okay.
To be as I was when I was
We were in the
younger.
car with you
Yeah,
yesterday.
but, I mean, look,
All three of us.
You survived. Look, you're here to talk about it. I was fine with you. You can't talk shit.
It was still scary, Austin.
Yeah, but I was fine. I didn't.
You
do
did
anything.
do hands off the wheel,
I did do hands off the wheel.
and you did that turn where we got yelled at.
By who?
The guy. at
Yeah,
the
but that
bus
was
stop.
yeah, but that was the fucking horn fell off. That's my
Yeah,
fault.
well,
Because you were honking it too hard.
I honked it and it fell off.
Who'd you go to the Abbey with? What are you doing at the Abbey in the middle of the day? Why are you getting drunk in the middle of the day at the Abbey?
I haven't been to the Abbey in 3 weeks, and I thought today was a good day. So I decided I would call up one of my friends and his boyfriend, and I went out with them and had a few drinks at the Abbey, and it was great. I had a few vodka Sprites. I tipped a few dancers. Ate some Southwest chicken
what are the
salad.
dancers like in the middle of the day at the Abbey?
They're great.
Just like the middle of the day.
Yeah, they're fit. And
How do you
great.
have pizzazz?
They're
at
just
noon?
dancing and.
Abbey's dark though. Even like the
I've never
outdoor
gone during
portion
the
somehow is like kind of still dark.
Yeah, no, they're great. I mean, it's drag brunch. So drag brunch usually leads into dancing, dancers, all sorts of fun. It's great. A lot of fun. You guys should all come. I have an idea.
No shot.
Let's do an Abbey Sunday and we vlog it for the Patreon.
No.
Mauricio would love it. Mauricio's down to do
Mauricio
it.
can go with you.
I know Will would love to do it.
Yeah, Mauricio, just film him at the Abbey. Look, Mauricio will go with
Just
you.
by himself.
Yeah.
I got recognized.
Yeah.
I got
Yeah,
recognized.
sit at a
today.
different table for sure.
Taxi cab confessions, Austin show style.
Yeah, but look, the thing is like if you saw me at the Abbey, you would think based on what everybody talks about me, I'm just like fucking on tables and slamming shots.
No, that's not.
I'm
No
literally
one is saying that.
sitting
We
at a
think you're
table,
sitting at a table
drinking.
eating a Southwest salad.
That's exactly what I was
Yes,
doing.
that's what we all think you do.
I
Fraternizing
usually
and
I assume you
socializing.
sit at the bar by yourself.
No,
Order
I
a
was with
drink.
I was with a couple friends at a table.
Order a drink and eat
No,
a Southwest
I was
salad.
eating a salad.
God, he's just getting roasted the whole time.
Let's chicken salad. I've never gone to the Abbey alone. When I said that I went alone, it was because I didn't want to tell you who I was going with.
That's incriminating. It wasn't me, for the record, in case he's playing one of those games.
No, cutie, I think we need to go to the Abbey together. Everybody hates me.
No, I think you just burnt out people on gay bars.
I've not asked any of you to go to a gay bar. You have come after me. I went to the Abbey on my own.
You've never asked me to go to a gay bar.
Yes, but I haven't asked you in a long time to go to a gay bar. I won't even ask you anymore.
Austin.
When was the last time I asked you to go to the Abbey?
Last time you were in town.
No, bullshit. I was in town last weekend. Show the text. Did not ask you to the Abbey.
Austin.
Damn.
You always do
You know
ask
what?
about.
I've defended you all fucking podcasts.
Uh-oh.
Every
Bad
time
call.
we
You
are
do
out
ask.
in a social
Bad call.
situation, you rally up everybody and you go, let's go to a gay bar.
Yeah.
Do not fucking come at
I
me
will
with
say
that bullshit.
I will say
You do-
that
you do
is
that.
true, but
You
I
do
did
that
not
every
ask
time.
you last weekend to go to the
No, you also like partially, potentially, jokingly ask all the time. I don't know if you're joking or
I
not,
would
but you're
love
always
to
like,
go-
"Come on, let's go to
And
that."
in response, I'd love to go with you.
Great.
I would not. I would not want to.
Great.
Ladies and gentlemen,
What was that cut?
just got back from a cut.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
It
we
was-
did.
It was very devastating. I have really unfortunate news to deliver to you.
Very traumatic news.
William Eber Savage Neff III got up, went to the bathroom, and perished.
Yes, he did.
No!
In a tragic self-sucking incident.
Dead.
No!
Violently self-sucking himself. We could hear
Not again! William!
it through the wall. We locked the door. We tried to get in. He wouldn't let us in.
He did it again, folks. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he did it. He was like, I gotta step away, boys, for like a brief moment.
Yep.
And it turns out, last time he stepped away.
I also saw my hair on the camera for the first time this week, and I need to get my roots done so bad.
What does that mean?
Look at
Like
them.
her,
Conk.
she's saying her roots
Should I
are
just go
brown.
back this color?
Is that your natural hair color?
This dirty, dirty blonde.
Are you?
Is that your natural hair? Yeah. The hair growing out of her head at the root? Yeah, that's her natural hair color.
Natural blonde?
I don't know anymore. And whatever this is. It's too light to be like a good brown, and it's too dark to be a good blonde.
I'm a natural blonde.
No, you aren't.
You're going to be a natural gray here pretty soon.
Dude.
Oh my God. That's
I
rude.
usually don't care about my roots. Do you want to hear some
I will still
drama?
outfuck you in the fuck off with gray hair.
Speaking
Oh,
of
boy.
which, we
What?
must
Real.
talk about the fuck off.
What? Fuck off.
Oh, when you weren't here.
Oh, yeah. I challenged
Austin and
Hassan
I-
to a fuck off.
God damn it. Will fucked up this mic and now Hassan is on the bad mic. God damn it. Where is Marsh? Where is he?
Austin and I had a conversation where I said I would, if I was gay,
Oh, I got
I could
so many
outfuck
comments.
him under
Oh.
the table, like nonstop.
That's what he
And
said.
I guess Austin has compiled a.
What he
a-
claimed.
Well, the poll showed that I won.
So
didn't
he
it?
took a Twitter poll.
I did not.
We're throwing that out.
I did
because
not.
It's tampered evidence because he rigged the poll on his own.
No, actually, Anti-Piker was
Sure.
riding for you pretty hard.
We sent it through to TikTok where we posted 2 clips.
Wait, you did.
I posted a clip about the. So basically, put this into context. I challenged Hassan to a fuck off. Basically, starting at 5:30 in the morning on any given day, we have 24 hours to fuck as many people as possible.
Can you use contacts in your phone already?
Yes,
That's not fair.
that's fine. Both of us are.
I'd still outfuck him.
He thinks he can outfuck me in a fuck off, right?
I feel like that's cheating.
I posted a video about this where I challenged Hassan to
Your
a
video
fuck
got
off.
more views than mine, to be fair.
My video did get more views. Read the top comment on your video, Hassan. If Hassan reads his, let me find it. Hassan.
You said you're losing the fuck off. That's the top comment.
Yes, talking about you.
And then right underneath,
you're losing the fuck off.
No,
Hassan.
that's you. You wrote that.
Oh,
Austin. It says Austin show. You're losing the fuck off.
It's true. I mean, that's what I think is going to happen now. But there's other people in the comment section.
Okay, I'm reading the second comment section. He wants me.
No.
The third comment
Okay,
says
that's-
the second ... And I mean the second ... Hassan announced he was cruising, Austin would lose. Lamau,
Okay, that is-
the second he announced it,
Okay.
it's done. Underneath that,
Okay,
someone
okay.
says, I volunteer. That's a woman, so
Okay,
it doesn't
okay,
count.
okay, okay.
Sorry,
Okay,
ladies.
hold on,
this
hold
is
on.
a is
Let me read these
this is a
comments
fuck
again.
off. Someone
okay.
added Troy Sivan. Someone said,
That's
marry
only
me.
7 likes. Okay.
Thank you for the follow.
Hold on. Let me scroll down a little bit and
I'm
to-
looking
to
at
where
the
it
top
said-
comments. It says the top comments.
Okay, let's go to the. Okay, these comments are ridiculous. There's a lot of fuck it. There's a lot of comments on here that talked about how
If it was
I
a
would
fair
win.
fight, then Hassan wins.
Okay, cutie, let's settle this now and once and for all. I can fuck men. Hassan fucking women. Who wins the fuck off?
Oh, now we changed the dynamic. We changed the dynamic. You said
No, I thought you were fucking women.
I said no.
You want to fuck men?
I said
He wants
if
to fuck
I
men.
no, the whole point of contention started with me saying
He wants to fuck men.
me saying you think you're lucky stars I'm not a gay man, because if I was into dudes, you would never be able to fuck another twink ever again, because I'd outfuck you every day of the week.
That's what he claims.
And that was the original fuck off.
You wouldn't be able to get it.
The other one is like not even a question. If it was like, even with the massive hurdle that I need to clear, like having sex with women is a very complicated process. It can be quite difficult. If I can go back to my if I go back to my like list, then you're so done. You can't.
This comment on my video: Austin could beat Hassan in a speed run. He is more nimble. Good point. Wow. Okay, here we go.
Wait. So the entire point of the fuck off is like who can fuck more, as in like.
Okay.
Who would, if there was
somebody said I'm going for Austin between these two, just keeping it real. Just reading the
You're
comments.
only reading the nice ones. I can see the ones rooting for Hassan that you're skipping.
Not that many.
Okay, well now I'm gonna pull.
You don't want to wine and dine a man. Lamau, Austin would easily win. Hey, Austin and Hassan can share the twinks. Okay, that's not part of the problem.
Why did you accidentally read the?
Okay. Lots of love, Austin, but Hassan okay, that's not my
okay. Wait, hold on. Let's read some more.
This is bullshit. I don't know what happened, but I stepped away for a few days, and all the comments are reorganized out of my favor.
I'm not answering that question.
I like that people are asking, where can we listen to the podcast, because Austin doesn't fucking post.
I don't know. I think my bet's still on Hassan. Although I don't know. He's not like willing to change the schedule of the podcast. I mean, like his stream to win the fuck off. Whereas like Austin has way more free time. You know? Austin might win, actually.
Post it on this TikTok.
I will start telling them to do. I literally one of the tags is Fear and Podcast.
You should make it a pinned comment with the link.
Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, next time.
Well, there's like people talking about power bottoms and stuff, which is irrelevant.
Yeah.
This is an insane debate. Yeah, Hassan would work in any direction. Yes, Austin would lose.
Okay, forget it. It's up for debate.
I had drama.
What's that?
I had drama where I got mad. I got mad at Frogan.
Oh.
Wait, what? Why?
Frogan?
Yeah, I got mad at her.
What about her?
Because
drama.
she very innocently, and this is a fun topic to talk about.
Not a drama topic.
Well, it's a little drama,
unlike
but not real.
Unlike the fuck off.
Yeah. I'm like, the fuck off. You guys talk about fucking each other every week. Just do it.
We're not fucking each
other.
Oh.
Cutie, we're not fucking each other.
Let's be very clear.
No, you're fucking
Hassan
other people.
is not my type.
I'm a guy. I'm so cool. I fuck.
Hassan is not my
I can
type.
fuck anyone.
Hassan is not my
Even
type.
if I'm gay, I fuck them all.
Hassan is not my type,
fuck.
despite him. He's been trying to get after me for a long time. He's not my type. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
Not in the slightest.
Okay.
Wouldn't give him a second look.
Okay.
He doesn't like to hear that. He's laughing through the trauma. Right? Not my type at all.
That's funny.
So,
I like twinks, not Hassan.
as you know, everyone in the industry, if you exist on the internet, you probably have a stalker or 2 or 5. And one of Frogan's stalkers, I guess, is crazy and will just use fake emails to email her.
Oh, yeah.
And so she posted on Twitter.
Oh, yeah. No, I saw this.
An email from QTCinderella, because they used a fake email, so it said QTCinderella, that was just like hate bashing on her. And she took a screenshot of that and posted it. So I'm sitting there in a chess tournament, and all of a sudden these people start coming in, and they're just saying awful things to me. They're like, how dare you, you dumb bitch. I start getting attacked for no reason at all. I'm like, I'm literally playing chess. I'm like, what is going on? And then my mods are like, it's because Frogan tweeted and people don't know it's a joke. And so then I got mad at Frogan because I was like, that's not even a funny joke. Oh. It's just not even funny.
Yeah, because they wouldn't even know the context.
And like the half of the comments are like, wow, QTCinderella.
It wasn't even a joke. I think it's like the stalkers portraying themselves as you.
Yeah,
right?
I know. But she didn't, people really.
Jesus. You really gotta check the email. I feel like that's almost irresponsible of Frogan. Do you really think Cutie would say that? Of course not. And I don't think Frogan thought that it was Cutie. But if you're gonna post it, you have to disclaim haha, this dumb motherfucker like thought they could trick me. I don't know. I forget what Fergan even said in her tweet.
He thought that was an
Did
email
she just
from
put
me.
it in out of context?
Yes.
Why would you be sending emails
don't
to
know.
Frogan?
Yeah, no.
But there are people like in the comments being like, this is why I brought up my roots and this is how I got here. There's someone in the comments that like, she has raccoon head anyway because I have the different colors
What?
Wait, I
of
didn't know
hair.
that was a thing.
What? I've never heard that in my life.
Yeah,
I never
man.
noticed
Guys, listen. I don't have time to take care of myself. That's why my hair looks
You
like
look
this.
great.
I literally showered this morning and I look dirty all the time. I just look dirty. I'm that kid that no one would want to sit next to in elementary school because I look like I smell
sitting
bad.
next to you now.
I know I don't smell
No.
bad, but I
No,
look
you
like I
don't.
do.
You don't smell bad
You
at
do
all.
not look
I
like
look
you
like
smell
I
bad.
smell bad.
What do I smell
No,
like?
I'm scared. What if you smell like a bar?
I don't smell like a bar. Do I smell like a
No,
bar?
you don't smell like a bar. He smells fine.
When you first walked in, you had like a alcohol set on you.
Did I really?
But
A little bit.
I don't drink that much.
Brogan deleted it once I messaged her.
I just let Twinks do like 12 body shots off me.
But I was so mad.
Yeah,
'Cause I'm just like
I
playing
saw that and I
chess.
immediately understood it was a stalker who
Yeah, of
was
course.
like portraying
That's
them.
what a normal person would think. But unfortunately, a lot of people were just jumping on the. People were pissed at me, and I'm like, I literally don't associate with anyone on the internet now because of shit like this. And so I was just like sitting there playing chess, and
Awkward. We
I'm
have
getting
a podcast together.
Yeah, but
Minding
I
her
don't-
That's kinda
business.
weird.
I don't like stream with you. When was the last time I streamed with you?
Oh my God, is that why you stopped?
Yes, I'm terrified. I'm jaded.
I loved some of my favorite
know, I'm
streams are when you
sorry.
come over randomly and you're just like, I just made content for you for no
I
reason.
know.
They
I'm
love
sorry.
you.
I'm terrified.
The pumpkin
I'm jaded.
carving.
I
They
know.
love you.
The fucking
See, you and I are really
Guys,
bad for
the
you and I are
answer
the same person.
the answer to the questions or eat this like awful
I know.
sea penis
That was epic. Still one of the best streams I've seen on Twitch to date. Incredible stream.
segment that was with Stavi. That's like one of my top viewed videos from
You know
my
what?
stream.
Cutie, I think I'm coming to figure out that you and I.
I'm
both
afraid
know-
of the internet.
No, you and I both have the answers for our own vices.
Also, my community loves you.
Yeah.
You're insane for
I
thinking
know,
that they wouldn't
but
protect you.
it's like a precedent. It's like
What?
It's a trickle effect.
What?
I
You're
stream-
just saying words now. None of these
I
things
stream with
make
you,
sense.
then they're like, "Why aren't you streaming with so and so? Why aren't you streaming with so and so?"
Be like,
so I host
because I'm
collaborative events.
cheating on Ludwig with Hassan.
Yeah,
and
they'll
then
love
everyone-
that.
I think that's already like a fan theory, probably. People are they're doing the parasocial. They are.
I tell you something, Ludwig looks really good lately.
Ludwig has started looking good. I have a bone to pick. I have a bone to pick with him though. Old fucking chess pussy over here. I've been trying to
Old
play
chess
basketball with
pussy.
him, and to be fair, I kind of misscheduled one of the days, but I always try to play basketball with him on Sunday mornings or in the weekend, and he's always like, he just doesn't respond. He did not respond to my last basketball request.
Really?
Kind of fucked up.
You know,
I think he's hot.
Oh my god.
Like, I think Ludwig is unironically, like, I think he's hot. Like, before it was like, oh, he's good looking. Now I think it's
So
like,
he's your type.
Now
Because
he's
he's
my type.
thinning out.
I mean, he was never fat.
I mean, he's lost 20 pounds.
Oh.
You're fat phobic.
No, I'm not fat.
He's gay. It comes with territory.
I'm not fat. Is that true? Are gay men fat? Like,
Unless it's a fetish.
no, like I
It's
don't-
like the top 3 categories of fat phobia are doctors, EMTs, gay men.
I
Wait, why EMTs?
my
I
doctor
think-
called me fat.
Yeah, doctors are really fat phobic.
What?
How?
I mean,
What?
I'm memeing about the gay men
she,
thing.
She said my
'cause,
weight
like,
was too much.
My doctor actually said that to me too.
Yeah.
I've been trying to lose weight.
My doctor never says that to me. What the fuck?
Well,
And
doc-
I'm fat.
Well, no, you're not fat. None of us are fat.
Huh?
None of us are fat. Okay.
Wow.
None of us are fat.
Thank you.
Your doctor said you're fat. You're like
you know why? Because the
10% body
the
fat.
That's
doctors don't
insane.
look at the muscle weight of muscle associated with the height. They just
What is
look
this? A doctor from the 18th century?
what
what the
doctor
fuck
you
else
have?
did he do? You did cocaine?
at- She didn't. No, she didn't. She just like looked at me and she's like,
Wow.
"Oh,
I'm such a misogynist.
yeah."
I said he.
Oh.
Awkward.
Well, my cholesterol's high. That's why.
Well,
she
turns
was like,
out
"You
your
need to
woman
lose
doctor
weight."
sucks.
My blood pressure's high.
Well, that's
Oh,
not
me
because
too.
of weight.
Or no, I have cholesterol.
I have
Oh,
cholesterol.
actually, I thought my blood pressure was high, but turns out the iced brown sugar grande mocha shaken brown sugar espresso from Starbucks has 4 shots in it.
Oh my God, you're
Wait,
one
did
who
you get your
gets
blood
that?
work done
Did
after
you
you
go
got
on the
there?
freaking
No,
thing
I
with
keep,
us?
I kept going to the doctor, and it was always after my Starbucks, so my blood pressure was like 140 over 89.
Dude, I didn't think anyone got that drink. When we did the Doug
Oh, that
Doug
was-
challenge, someone got that drink. They had
Oh, it's
6
so
pumps
delicious.
of brown sugar.
Oh, it's so good.
Really?
Oh my
It's
God.
only 120 calories for a grande.
That's so much sugar, though. That's just a lot of sugar.
That's because
Not
there's
6 bumps of
Oh,
sugar.
that's what it says on the
No, yeah.
Starbucks app.
wow.
Not if you get
4
6 pumps
shots
of
of
sugar.
espresso.
3 on a grande.
I think
4
I'd
on a venti.
explode.
3 on a, and it's the blonde espresso too. It's the
That
blonde.
sounds insane.
I mean, look, it's delicious. I love it, but I've been wondering why I've been so fucking jittery. I'm like, I got the shakes, and it's because of the
That'll do it.
grande brown sugar.
Because you're
shaken
fucking
milk
drinking
espresso.
crack.
Yeah, I didn't know this.
Sugar crusted crack.
I
is what
bought a
you're
blood
drinking.
pressure
much.
monitor from CVS.
How
That's
much do you think this ring costs?
$1.
Yeah, probably
Shit.
$2.99.
No, I'm kidding. Did
Yeah.
Ludwig get that for you?
No,
or
I
something?
wandered into a boutique
Oh no.
and
Oh, God.
I was feeling spontaneous and I said, I will buy that ring. And the lady starts talking to me. She's like, you're amazing. Thanks for supporting local business and local artists and local women. There was no world I could back out. Guess how much that ring is?
First of all, I need to understand the quality. So there's a diamond in it. It's not real
I don't
diamond.
think that's a diamond. I don't
It's
know
not a
what
real
that is.
diamond. It's definitely fake diamond. And
Quartz.
it's rose gold.
In my brain, I was thinking this was an $80, maybe a $120 ring.
It's gonna be more than that.
Uh-huh.
How much was it, cutie?
$886.
You did not buy.
Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way, dude.
This for $886.
Yes, I did.
Oh no!
This better be the most conflict diamond. This better be responsible for like 8 children
I
being
didn't
brutally
know.
massacred.
I didn't know what to do because she went on this long rant about how such a nice person I was for buying
I
it.
would have been like, I'm sorry, I'm not supporting
Yeah, that's
small
because you have a
businesses.
spine. I don't.
You should have
I-
been like, sorry,
I took
I'm not
out my
that
credit
nice.
card and I was like, there we go.
Well,
Guess.
I'll tell-
$800?
Yeah, I know.
I'll tell you what, I don't have a spine either. Today, I was at a TJ Maxx.
Oh my God.
And there is a...
I know it's not cute.
No, it's fine.
It's
like-
fine, but it's not $800. This is the most expensive.
Don't give it to
piece
Austin.
of-
He will steal it.
This
He's
is
a
the
thief.
most expensive piece of jewelry I own now.
I will steal it.
He will steal your
Let
jewelry.
me have it. I spent
What are you
$800
talking
on
about? I'll
that.
give it to you after the podcast.
Give it to me.
Do not let it.
Such a fucking kleptomaniac,
That
dude.
is my nice jewelry.
Austin has the audacity to tweet at me the other day. He's like, "Oh yeah, I
I
found
saw
like
that.
3 of your jewelry." I'm
You
like, "What
stole
the
it?
fuck?"
I did.
You gonna
Everyone
keep
steals
it?
my shit.
I haven't stolen anything.
I'll give it back to him.
Did I steal
Classic.
something?
No, please
Classic.
don't.
I saw it and we'll forget about it.
I will absolutely. Well, at first,
I'll give it back to you. I've got it. I've got it on my counter.
I'm a steal sim. Actually,
at first, I feel conflicted.
Wait, is Will just gone now? He's just gone for the rest of the show. Okay.
Asking
Visit
for
me.
it.
I steal snacks from you every week.
You need to come visit me. You guys need to come visit me and stay with me for a minute.
Absolutely.
I want you guys to. I want us to hang out. No streaming, no content, no phones.
Absolutely
An
not.
Austin show retreat.
Are you gonna murder us? Why the fuck? What is this? Yeah, just
I
come
need
to
everybody to
just
come
come
to
to Oregon.
She's just gonna do like a the most dangerous island bit with them.
That sounds like literally a scary movie
I think
plot.
Austin show retreat. Hassan, Cutie, Will Neff, all will go and we'll stay at my house.
Yeah, I can't
We'll
wait
film
to
a podcast.
I can't wait to do your daily activities like going to Starbucks.
Yes.
You've told me what you
And then
do.
going to the doctor.
Yes.
You've told me what you
I go
do
to the
throughout the
urgent
day.
care.
It's like
Fun.
maddening.
Yep.
Like if I lived that life, you guys know what my schedule looks like. If I lived your day in the life of Austin show life
would
for
be
one
bored.
day, I would kill
You
myself.
would be really bored.
I wake up, I go to Starbucks, I get a brown sugar grande ice shaken, whatever the fuck it is. And then after that, I go to the gym. And then after the gym, I shower, I eat. And then it's about 4 o'clock. So
How is it 4 o'clock?
Yeah, what have
How?
you done?
Time flies.
What? It's a very busy. It takes a long time.
What time do you wake up?
I work at Starbucks. I work on my laptop for a couple hours.
I know
What
he
do you-
clocks in. It's actually how he pays for
No,
everything.
you know what's really funny
Yeah.
about that? He does have a laptop.
I do
I
have a
know this
laptop,
because
yep.
like when he was staying
What work is he doing there? Like, what work?
with me,
What work is Austin Show doing at Starbucks?
he busted it out.
He saw me.
And he just like sat in eyesight of me while I'm streaming over here, like on the table out there, and started clacking away.
You
I'm
just
like,
didn't want to be alone.
I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
I was working.
What do you have to do on your laptop?
Nobody knows what you
Name
do.
Your Price is coming back, and you guys will all see what I was working on. Hopefully
I'm
good.
just so shocked.
I was coordinating Name Your Price related business. It's very busy. A lot of shows.
He also does. You know what he does? I know what he does. Okay,
What?
he's not revealing this part on his day in the life.
He's just posting on Hoscord.
Talks on the fucking phone for 8 hours of the day.
I do.
I know. I'm on the
You-
Rolodex. I'm in the
You-
schedule.
You love.
I do give you a call every once
I
in a while.
get.
You
I
love
get
yapping.
30 minutes every other day.
You love fucking yapping on the phone, dog. When he was staying here, I was like, damn, this motherfucker's
always on the
constantly
phone
on
with
the
someone.
phone. He's like talking about his day. It's never like
He
it's not
likes
business.
talking.
He's just like old Bertha.
No, I don't think he works.
No, he just calls people to talk about their lives,
I don't
his
think
life,
he has a job.
his Starbucks trip.
What do I talk to you about on the phone?
Everything.
Really? But you like it.
Yeah, I'm gonna yeah, of
She's
course.
rolling her eyes.
No,
at you.
I didn't roll my eyes.
You
I
enjoy
like
it. I
it.
call you. I check in on you.
You talk to me about fucking. That's what you talk to me
Do
about.
I really?
You do.
Oh, I did talk to you about
You
fucking,
do.
but you got on me because I didn't tell you enough about it.
Yeah,
So
I
now
mean,
you
no,
like it.
I don't mind it, but it's just like
He just wishes that was him.
He sent us on a deranged ass text today during stream. It was something about like Fox News commentators and how Trump has just shit on their chest and they're just sucking his dick or something like that. I don't remember, but it was deranged. Classic Austin.
Oh.
no, I don't. We've
Also,
already talked about this.
We didn't talk about this at all, but the yard had such a tood about us destroying their set.
They did?
Yeah.
I didn't even hear about it.
They went on their set.
What? Drama.
And they were like, Fear&RoadRage wants our attention so bad. They're always talking about us. We're never talking about them, and they were kind of right. They do never talk about us.
They talk about me all the time. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh.
I got a bone to pick with them. They didn't even acknowledge me as a host. They didn't even acknowledge me as a wait. Was there a tier list about?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Fear and host tier list.
No, it wasn't a Fear and host tier list.
It was the streamer tier list.
It was
They
a.
didn't
It was
acknowledge
a,
me as a streamer.
It
That's
was a-
okay. I'm not okay. I'm okay with that. But they did not acknowledge me as a host on Fear and.
They're probably trying to be funny.
Nick, son of a bitch.
It worked. He got under your skin.
Didn't acknowledge me as a host, probably because I sat on his chair and vandalized it. But
I would not know about any of this because I've yet to watch a single episode of The Art.
Wait, vandalized it? What did he do?
That was not
You're the
nice.
you're the only one who keeps that. Well, I do watch episodes of The Art when they talk about me.
I listen.
I watch it, and they're very
Do you want me
funny.
to fix it?
No, cutie. I brought a
I mean,
Taylor Swift
demonstrably, it's
wristband to
better.
trade with you.
I don't have one.
Gorgeous.
You want me to
Did you
fix
just
it?
break it?
Oh. The beads just went everywhere. Kaya is a good dog. Kaya was like, I'm not even standing up for that.
I'll get him. Hold on.
This is 1 millimeter. How did it break?
I don't know. Let me get him. Hold on.
I feel like I'm having a conniption every time Austin is here. I turn into like an old Italian woman.
How did it become untied?
I have agita.
What happened?
I have agita. It's falling. Some of them
I
are
don't know
falling.
what happened. No, it's okay. Here, they're gorgeous.
I'm starting a bracelet business.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
Oh shit. Hold on. Careful.
But mine won't break like
I
that.
saw that. Cutie got like a whole setup with all the beads and everything. I'm so excited for her. That's so fun.
This.
Okay.
You know who reached out to me when I tweeted about my bracelet business?
Taylor Swift.
No, was XQC. He said he liked his necklace so much from Shit Camp, he wanted another one.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
What?
which is nice, because his
Wait,
son
didn't
doesn't
he-
even
Do you
wear
make
his
them
necklace
with,
from
Do you
Shit
make
Camp.
them with diamonds?
Ain't no
Wait,
way.
he didn't even show up to shit camp, did he?
No, but he had a necklace because he was supposed to show up. And then he lived with me for a little bit, and so he grabbed it when he lived with me.
Yeah, true.
And he loved it so much that he messaged me. He was like, I loved my necklace so much. Can you make me another one? It broke.
XQC's trophies back there.
You're not acknowledging that you never wear the necklace I made you, Hassan.
I don't know where it is.
Oh my God.
Someone probably stole it. It was
Don't
mostly,
even-
Austin probably
Where'd
stole
the
it.
you go?
Let's be real.
I didn't steal his shit camp necklace, but I do have somebody's. I have Myth's necklace. I don't
My
know
shit
that
camp
shit.
necklaces were so good.
No, they were fire.
You guys did not respect them enough.
What? I wore it like every day for weeks. Yes, I did.
I don't
wore it
believe
out-
you.
I wore it after
I don't
shit
believe you,
camp.
idiot.
What? Excuse me.
You
I
lost
did wear
the
it.
you.
What?
And gorgeous.
Pick or didn't happen.
Anyway, I'm starting a Taylor Swift themed bracelet company, and they're all gonna be handmade.
I love
and-
that your dyslexia went away for a moment. Just when it's a Taylor Swift bracelet that you're making.
How much are they?
They're too much for you.
Excuse you.
Broke boy. Oh, it might be in
Boy,
here.
You don't even have a job.
I am.
There
Yeah,
you
you're
go.
right. I'm broke.
How much is the minimum wage
He's
at
lying.
Starbucks?
He's lying.
See, the thing is, they want it both ways. They want me to be broke and rich at the same time. You can't have.
You are rich. You are
Well, it's
rich.
gonna be spelled wrong,
We
though.
just don't know. You're
just
rich.
don't know how
we just
you
don't know
make money.
how you make money.
What if I start? Can we all explore this for a moment?
What?
What if I started an OnlyFans?
Do it. We've told you to just do
Austin,
it.
we have this conversation.
That's the most natural decision. Of course. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't have one already, honestly. Why wouldn't you?
Every week.
No, we don't have this. I'm just curious.
We
do you
tell
think
you to
I
do it
should?
every time. Yes.
Yes. There's no reason you should.
But what if I did?
Actually, no, because no, you love the attention, but like
Oh, you would hate
one bad comment
Yeah.
about like your dick bulge or something,
That's
and
okay.
you would
No.
you would
No, no, no.
spiral.
I'm confident in my dick now.
Now.
Look, I have never been look, we all go through a little. Somebody told me, one of the guys.
Men are ruthless. Men are ruthless, especially when
somebody
they
told me I had dick dysmorphia. They told me that like I
as
had,
in they've heard you talk about your dick on the stream.
yeah, and they're like, I don't know what the fuck you're
You
talking
need
about.
to not hook up with people
Dick
that have ever listened to
dysmorphia.
you on a
No.
stream.
It's kind of hard because
No, look, hold on.
The
'Cause
entire
he's famous.
No,
Oh, you can hook
yeah.
up with my
No,
stepdad.
no, I was gonna
These
say
are not these are people that are also famous.
yeah.
These
and-
are not like people.
Whoa.
Oh shit! I shouldn't say that.
Okay. Okay.
No.
Listen, my point is this. To be fair,
everybody, people know.
if he
This
can't
is how many beads are missing.
if he can't fuck twinks in West Hollywood that have like watched my broadcast at any point,
I'm also not famous.
He's not going to be able to fuck anybody.
Hassan, if that's the fucking barrier of entry, twinks that have watched Hassan Abi is like every single fucking twink on the planet.
Why are the twinks watching you?
Because he's like he's everybody that is in his audience
they
are queer.
know
Is
because
Hassan
they
a gay icon? Oh my god.
Yes.
Are you?
a little bit.
What the hell?
My claim to
Yes.
fame always is that the gays there's a moment of Sex in the City.
Our gay himbo icon, Bicon, Hassan Abai. Yes.
Where if you remember, this is where
Why would you say if I remember?
both of you.
You assumed that I watched Sex and the City?
I assume both of you watch Sex in the City.
No.
I watch Sex in the City. It's wonderful.
I didn't. It's for women.
What? You're a woman.
Exactly.
What is going on with this argument? I watched Sex in the City. It was great.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, listen. Ironic. It was
Okay.
it's women, but it was written by gay men. But
Oh.
there is one point in Sex in the City where there's like a young model. I think Samantha's like hooking up with him or something. And they
Samantha's
say,
so cool.
I thought you never watched Sex in the City.
I know who Samantha is.
That's
Idiot.
kind of fucked up. That you're just taking Sex in the City valor, stealing
You've
it.
listened to one Taylor Swift song and you claimed you were a fan for like 6 months to go to the concert, and then as soon as the concert was over, you were like, I don't even like her anyway. You're like a dumb guy on MySpace. That's like you're so
Classic. He doesn't even listen to music, so you know he's just hopping on the trend.
hot. You're so hot. Want to go to
Not
date
only
with
that,
you?
but I
And she's
hung out
like,
with-
no, I'm not interested. And then you're like, you were ugly anyway.
I hung out with John Mayer the night before the concert.
No, you didn't.
Oh, he
Stop
did.
hanging out with him.
He did, and
Yes, I
Cutie,
did.
I know.
He's stupid.
I know. I've been really.
You hung out with him?
No, but he wants to do a flight simulator thing. Would you hate me?
I'm just saying, if he were to do one,
would you be mad at me?
Austin said
do
he
whatever you
would
want.
drop Taylor
I
and
did
you
not
like
say
a
that.
bad
I
habit.
did not say that part.
He's not going to.
Do you think John Mayer would fly in the flight simulator with me?
He does love Flight Simulator. He's a massive
all
fan.
right. You know what,
And I've told
Hassan?
him about these like super realistic flight simulators, and he was like very invested in
All right,
it.
look, Hassan, this is a lot for me, but you can put us in a group chat together.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so Cutie, you're wondering if gay people or
I wouldn't do
twinks-
that out of respect for Cutie.
Yeah. Okay, you want to know if gay people or twinks love Hassan Piker? I was on Grindr the other day, just looking. I don't usually use that app. This
Of course.
was somebody's bio. If you support the system of policing, you are a fascist and block. I'm looking for friends with benefit. I delete this often, so fuck with me or don't. If you come into my DMs and demand anything, hard pass. Pansexual here, and where are my principled leftists at? In parentheses after that, not liberal.
That's a
Let's
Hasanabe.
go.
That is
Let's go.
100% a Hasanabe.
Way
So-
too
I
based.
So what I'm trying to say is,
So the Sex and the City thing I was going to tell you is that Samantha's dating this young model, and the young model is first like popularized by gay men, and in there's a line where they say first the gays will find a person hot, and then the women will come, and then like someone will become famous, and I've held on to that because my gays were there for me way back in the day. Like I have gay fans that have been fans of mine since like 2016 when I was with the Young Turks. So that's
you have
where
a lot of gay fans.
The gays and the theys and the ladies. I think that's like most of my followers on Twitch, at least.
That's where you're not problematic enough. I think you're not like publicly messy enough.
I used to be.
I think that's why.
Then I stopped hanging out with you.
You need to be more messy. You need to be messy. You need to be a messy, toxic bitch, and then you will cultivate a gay following.
Wait,
I can't.
Is that why I've started to cultivate one?
I do not know. Yeah, like how does one be messy? Like I would be messy, but I don't want to be problematic. So it's the fine line, the thin pink line.
You're gay. Idiot.
Well, you're also gay.
I know, but
Actually, that's true. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck.
Okay.
You are. Yeah, that's true. You maybe.
I don't know. I'm starting to. There's the Nair gay.
Kevin.
There's a gay. We're gonna talk about this behind the paywall, but there's a gay man.
Oh, you've seen it?
Yes, there's a
I've
gay
seen his
man.
butthole.
I saw his butthole.
There's a gay man who I didn't know about the extent of his fame, but
Kevin.
Kevin.
But we'll get to that behind the paywall and more. I have a new show that I've been meaning to watch as well. We might get to that as well. It's a nepotism show on ABC.
That's right.
Made by the Jonas Brothers.
Oh, I've already seen it all.
So good. It's so good.
Claim to fame. I watch it every week, baby.
You are
I love it.
the fucking worst.
Me too.
Anyway, like I
never
said,
seen it.
R.I.P. to Will Neff. He died in a self-sucking accident. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to see the paywall portion,
Rip
go
Will.
to patreon.com/fearand. We're going to be doing a lot of crazy stuff behind the
We've
paywall.
got good stuff on the Patreon. I've started doing TikTok
Crazy
times
stuff.
again.
Hell yeah.
10 minutes of TikTok time with Cutie.
Wait, have you
Every
been
week.
uploading those to the paywall?
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, Marsh
Oh shit!
uploads them.
I should probably work. doing
Yeah,
stuff.
probably.
I mean, you got
coming,
Starbucks.
coming soon to the paywall. Me handling your Karen stuff.
Just, we'll see.
All right. See you on the other side.
Yeah.
Bye.
We'll see.
And
I-
child endangerment.
I downloaded the Citizen app.
Oh.
And it's so funny because it gives you everything that's going on in California right now. Because I don't
Not
know.
funny, it's terrifying.
It's terrifying.
It's supposed to terrify you. They're trying to sell you security service.
Well, it's funny in California specifically. Because I imagine this doesn't happen in like Idaho. But like quite literally, you know, I see all of LA right now and I can just zoom in and it's like man exposing himself with stick.
Yeah.
Report of man with knife.
I saw a guy's dick yesterday
Yeah.
on La Cienega Bowl.
Is it a nice one?
So funny.
It was a big dick. He had a big.
That's why I was showing it off.
He had a big dick.
Austin. Oh my god. He had a big dick. Oh god. Oh, Austin. What am I gonna do with you? Okay, look at how soft my hair is right now. I did like a deep conditioning thing. So shiny. Wow. Wow. Okay, that'll be it for me. I am very tired and I have a migraine. A very bad one. I have been struggling, suffering, just trying to get through my life. Let's see, it's Monday. I'm gonna take 2 days off, so I'll be back. How does time work? Thursday. I'll be back Thursday. Okay? Okay. Sounds good. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate you so very much. Drink some water. Take care of yourself. Have a good one. Bye.
trying to make my mama proud, yeah, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red-eye penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
walking on the floor, this sight, no one protects me. Wanna show shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna XD. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does the check me? All this fun, baby, why? I had to drop a bag on her hoe when she gone. I'm running with my click, yeah, they got me till I fall. Complaining if a bag's worth more than your love. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
in the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Henny got me wasted. You done cut the yola, I can taste it. Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy trying to trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it. I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got these different races. Did my dirt, I had a match, I'm moving face. Plotting on me, but no cases. Niggas lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. Act like I'm feeling so I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care.
in the stew, I got a spazzo.